Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. Nobody's ever seen the ghost of a caveman, which leads me to believe there's an expiration date of ghostism. You'd think that Pompeii would be haunted as hell. I mean, their bodies are literally fused to the ground. I'd say that's kind of like our idea of old native graveyards here in the States, but turned up to a level 10 because no one in Pompeii was buried. They're just out there, easy to trip over. But I don't hear anything about those poor lava cakes doing anything maleficent, so why not? Hauntings and ghosts were recorded by royalty in the Middle Ages. I'm talking about physical manifestations, shackles, moaning and floating around their corridors. But those same shackled phantoms aren't reported today. Old spirits move out, new ones wander in. Now it's the ghostly apparition of the daughter of a duke that lived there 500 years after the kings and queens inhabited the grounds. I could go off on a tangent on this, but I think you understand the premise to the idea that I'm putting forth. If ghosting is a choice, I must also conclude that unghosting is as well. This will be a perfect example of the Dunning-Kruger effect, but not even that, because I'm unable to truly know if I know anything. I'm creating hypotheses with what I've gathered. Me and my boyfriend Keith, we've been slowly compiling our thoughts and observations through the experiments we've been doing for the past 8 months. We've always been into the spooky stuff, but both of us got serious about exploring it 8 months ago, when Keith's sister Kate had baby Nita. She's a beautiful mix of her parents and a magnet for the paranormal. It didn't help that they lived right next to a small graveyard. But before Kate was pregnant, they'd already been living in that house for over a year without any problems. Keith and I even stayed there a few times before the pregnancy, like after a couple of parties they hosted. I'd never been too keen on seeing tombstones when I looked out the side window, but the vibes of the house itself weren't anything worth mentioning. That is until they brought Nita home. Within 48 hours of leaving the hospital, Kate says that she saw a man standing in the back of her closet. At first she recoiled, like a spring compressed by terror, but then she launched forward, like a spring released by a mother's protective instinct, crashing into the hangers and grabbing at clothes absent of the man that she'd just seen. Both of them have heard a voice whispering through the baby monitor, and a distinct thumping sound that vibrates through the carpet, like someone knocking under the floor. Rhythmic thuds that are felt beneath their feet, they can feel when they walk around shoeless in the baby's room. Kate's husband is named Chris, and he's been actively trying to break the lease with their landlord. He's taking it more serious than Kate, and thinks that Nita's in danger. There's been times that he's walked into the baby's room, and it felt like opening the door to a walk-in freezer, when the rest of the house was comfortable. A few weeks ago, Keith went over there and searched the property with Chris because the night before, they heard wet footsteps walking up and down the hallway. Chris swung the door open to an empty stretch of floorboards with soaking wet footprints that went straight up the wall and were dripping from the ceiling. After that, the family was hanging out in the RV until Keith could get there with something stronger than Chris's golf clubs to check around everything. Something with bullets. There were 2 places that they found pertinent to checking: the garage that's detached from the house, and the attic. Keith hadn't been to those 2 parts of the house before. He said a 3rd place of interest popped up when they located a storm cellar back behind the garage. I was like, what, when he told me about the storm cellar, because we've had some pretty close calls with a few twisters touching down. It would have been nice to get an invite when that happened. But apparently, Chris didn't know it was there either. The detached garage is filled with the landlord stuff, so there was no reason to hang out or even park a car over there. There was no lock on the door. The only thing keeping it sealed were the vines of an overgrown blackberry bush. Ironically, the golf club ended up being more useful than the gun in this whole excursion because they used it to remove the thorny tendrils. The double doors opened to a musty underworld that their cell phone lights couldn't fill. Both men took turns going down the dilapidated, rotting stairs, betting each other who would fall through. Neither of them did, and when they reached the floor, the ground was primarily dirt. There was a hard layer of concrete beneath the 1.5 inches of loose soil. The world was silent down there. It was eerie knowing that they were at eye level with hundreds of coffins just meters to the left. The shelter was also very large, like bigger than the actual house. They thought that it could have extended 90% of the property underground. Aside from a single milk crate, the shelter was bare. There might have been more stuff hidden in the corners that they missed because neither of them wanted to stay down there longer than they needed to. While standing on the far side of the shelter, Chris heard the sound of a muffled conversation. Keith went over and they both moved toward the faint sound. One of the cell phone lights gets reflected back by a dirty metal handle that's attached to another door. It doesn't resist when Keith pulled on it. Instead, it revealed an even darker corridor, one that compressed into a long, narrow hallway. The tight passage led to stairs shaped from the concrete itself. At the top was a hatch, made of thick, heavy metal that wouldn't budge. Chris left a perfect handprint on the dirt of the hatch when he tried to push it. Then Keith saw that Chris's handprint was only one of many spots where the dust had been wiped away with handprints, all of them smaller than the one Chris had left. The muffled conversation they were following sounded like it was coming from the other side of the hatch. That's when Keith tells me that Chris got a wild look in his eyes. He ran to the bottom of the concrete stairs, telling Keith to stay there. He watches Chris disappear from his cell phone light and listens to him run the length of the storm cellar, back up the wooden stairs, out the double doors that they'd come in. Now, all by himself, Keith's environment turned into a claustrophobic terror tunnel. But 10 seconds later, he was showered in dirt as the ceiling above him violently shook. Before he could even process what was happening, he heard Chris's voice yelling his name from the other side of the hatch. He told him to come out of the cellar, and Keith sprinted through the dark to get out. When he got back to the house, a trail of Chris's dirty boot prints led him right to the baby's room. Kate was holding Nita and arguing with Chris as he looked like a madman covered in dirt, demanding a box cutter. I'm assuming it was after seeing the determination in his face that she retrieved the X-Acto knife from the kitchen drawer and handed it to him. She watched in horror as Chris told Keith to push the crib to the other side of the room. Then he plunged the razor into the carpet and started cutting and tearing at the carpet until he reached what he was looking for. Right under where Nita's bed previously was, Chris would find the other side of that metal hatch. It had been welded closed from this side and had sigils scratched into it. Before leaving, Keith helped move the crib out into the living room. And as of now, that's still where Nita is sleeping. Well, it's where they're all sleeping, actually. I've been listening for about 2 years now, and the reason I'm finally writing in is because I've said that I would for a long time, but you've also run 3 or 4 stories from people who worked in buildings, maintenance, night shift, that sort of thing. And every one of them said the same version of the same thing, that they weren't the type, that they knew what old buildings would do. I've never heard anyone describe my line of work specifically, so I figured I'd send mine in, let you decide if it's worth anything. I do pre-renovation condition assessments, historic buildings mostly. Somebody buys a shell that's been sitting empty for decades, and before the money starts moving, someone like me goes through it room by room with a clipboard and documents what neglect has done to it. Water intrusion, plaster failure, floor deflection. You photograph a ceiling stain, you write down what caused it, you move on to the next room. Slow, boring work. In the early 2000s, I spent a stretch of months in a downtown hotel in Kansas City that had been closed since 1980. I'm not going to name it, though. Anyone from here will know it inside of a sentence. It sat sealed for 25 years before the restoration money came through. Not abandoned exactly. Somebody had been paying the taxes. Somebody sent security through the lobby now and then, but nobody had lived in it. And the difference between a closed building and an empty one is something you feel in your sinuses before you can really name it. The air on the upper floors had a mineral flatness to it. Old plaster dust, dry rot working through carpet padding. Underneath that, faintly, cigarette smoke that had gone into the walls decades before anyone thought to ban it. I was 3 weeks in, working my way up the basement, when I got to the 10th floor. Every guest room door on floors 2 through 9 had been left unlocked or propped open by whoever mothballed the place. Standard practice. You don't want maintenance breaking down doors to chase a burst pipe. On 10, the doors were open too. All of them but one. Naturally, this didn't really spook me at first. A stuck door in a building that's been through 25 winters of expansion and contraction isn't a mystery. Frames rack, latches seize. I put my shoulder into it twice and I got nothing. I wrote 1046, inaccessible, latch seized. And then I kept going down the hall. I came back the next morning with a pry bar. The door opened easily, not with the crack or give of something forced. It just swung, like the latch had never been engaged at all. I stood in the hallway with the bar still in my hand, and I felt something in my chest reorganize itself. I checked the strike plate. Clean, no damage. The bolt moved freely when I threw it by hand. The room itself was the smallest on the floor, interior facing, no window to the street. Just a shaft view into a light well full of pigeons leaving and a sky the color of dishwater. Wallpaper hanging like sheets. The bed frame was still there, stripped, springs orange with rust, a chair on its side in the corner. Standard for that building. Half the room still had furniture that nobody had bothered to haul out. I did my walkthrough, photographed the ceiling, the water damage running down the east wall, the buckled flooring near the bathroom. 20 minutes, maybe. Nothing about that room was remarkable in any way that my report would care about. The cold was the thing that I couldn't write down. Not a draft. A draft moves. This was a boundary. I'd stepped through the doorway, and the temperature dropped 10 degrees, maybe more. And it held that difference no matter how long I stood there. I checked for a broken shaft window, any sort of leaks. I checked the radiator, which had been drained and dead since Reagan. I put my hand on the interior wall, and it was cold the way the outside of a refrigerator isn't supposed to be. I noted something about possible envelope failure, source unidentified. And that's the phrase you use when you just don't know. The second thing happened on my 4th trip up. I was crouched in the bathroom doorway measuring the floor deflection, and I heard the phone. But there are no phones in that building. Every guest room had a nightstand with a rectangle of unfaded finish where a telephone had sat until somebody stripped the copper in the 80s. The whole switching system had been ripped out of the basement before I ever stepped foot in the place. I documented that myself in week 1, a room full of cut cable ends and empty racks. I heard a telephone ring, though, twice, from the room, 4 feet behind me. I didn't move for a good while. When I did, I moved slowly, and the room was exactly as I'd left it. Bed frame, chair on its side, the nightstand with its pale rectangle and nothing on it. I finished the floor. I'll have that on record. because I've been asked about it since, and people always assume that I ran, but I didn't run. I had 11 more rooms on 10 and a schedule that didn't have room for me losing my nerve. I finished the floor. And then I went down to the lobby and I sat on the marble steps for a long time before I actually drove home. I looked up the building's history that night. I'd known that there was something. Everyone in this city half knows that there was something, but I'd never had a reason to learn the details. A man, he checked into the hotel in 1935 under a name that wasn't his. He asked for a room away from the street, and he was found beaten and dying 2 days later. The case was never really closed. The room number was in the second paragraph of everything that I read. I didn't go back into the room after that. It's not because I was afraid of it. Not exactly. My report was already written, and I had 9 more floors to get through. And there was nothing left in there that I was being paid to look at. And yeah, full disclosure, it kind of creeped me out. Every other door on that floor stood open for 25 years. Somebody walked that hallway in 1980 with a checklist, propping doors, draining radiators, doing the same unglamorous work that I was doing, but in reverse. And when he got to that one, he closed it. Anyway, the restoration of the hotel finished, and it reopened. They gutted the upper floors and reconfigured the layouts, and the room numbering changed. That number doesn't exist in the building anymore. I stayed there once, a few years after it reopened, for a conference. It's a nice place now. Marble and brass. The whole lobby brought back to what it looked like in 1927. They put me on 10. I lay awake most of that night doing arithmetic in my head. Hallway geometry. Where the old walls had run. How far the room that I was lying in was overlapping with the room that I'd measured. I got close enough that I stopped doing the math. Technically, we bought into the community because of the tomatoes. It sounds ridiculous because it is. The sales agent walked us out to a row of crops on a sunny day in June, handed my husband a tomato still warm from the sun, and he ate it standing there in his good shoes. And that was more or less the whole decision. It's one of those farm neighborhoods, 140 homes arranged around 40 acres of working farmland. A barn, a stand where you pick up your share on Thursdays. You can build new, we didn't. Ours was the original farmhouse, 1911, kept and restored instead of bulldozed. And we paid a premium for it because it's the only house here with any age to it. I'm obviously not going to say where we're located for many reasons, but mainly, I do want to say that I like it here. The people are kind. My kids run loose in a way that I didn't think was possible anymore. I'm also, somewhat privately, not sure what we bought. Every household gets a garden plot. Ours is 9 on the east end, closest to our house. Everything in it dies. Now, it's not like our family has to survive off of this garden plot. It's more just extra. But still, it's one plot of many. And all the others, let's say plot 8, 20 inches away, produced so much zucchini last August that neighbors were leaving it on porches like a prank. Meanwhile, tomatoes, squash, beans, peppers, all of it died. I had the soil tested and changed twice, 2 different labs. Came back unremarkable both times. A solid waste of money. The farm manager walked it with me, crouched down, worked some between his fingers and said, "Soil does funny things." Then he stood up and looked at the house instead of the plot and changed the subject. It's those little things with people. I noticed them. Something about our house made him uneasy. The frost is what I kept coming back to. I still do, I guess. It's gotta be what's killing the things. With the oddness, it's more remarkable than the soil, I'll say that. 3 times this fall I've woken around 4 in the morning, and I've seen someone in the rows of the garden. Not someone I recognize. Our bedroom looks straight out over to the east field, and there's a figure, upright, moving down between the rows without hurrying, stopping even. Not the crew. Crew doesn't start until it's light enough to work, and they don't work in the dark. They'd use headlamps regardless. I've gone down and out with a flashlight twice. Both times the field was empty and the frost was unbroken. Not scuffed or melted. Not disturbed anywhere between our fence line and the tree line. Whatever walked those rows, they did it without touching the ground. Then there's the share. Thursday pickup, everyone gets a box, standard stuff, whatever's in season. In the second week of December, bare field, everything cut back for winter. I came out at 6 a.m, and there were 4 ears of sweet corn on my porch, shucked, lined up. We don't grow sweet corn here. Nobody in this community grows sweet corn. And it was December. I stood on my porch, holding warm corn in the freezing dark, and I could not make my brain produce a single explanation. It's happened twice since. Strawberries in January, a bundle of something with the dirt still on the roots that I couldn't identify and didn't eat. And here's my situation. I've checked our state's disclosure law. I looked it up myself at 11 at night, sitting on the floor of the laundry room so my husband wouldn't ask what I was doing. Sellers here aren't required to disclose a death on a property. Not a suicide, not a murder. Not 114 years of ordinary farm deaths. And farms killed people constantly. Equipment, livestock, falls, influenza, childbirth. There's no legal mechanism by which I would ever have been told. So I have nowhere to take this. We have a group chat. We have a monthly potluck in the barn. These are the most decent, most welcoming people I've ever lived near. And I cannot picture the version of the sentence where I stand up at a potluck and say, I think something walks our field. I'd be the woman in the old house who says things. So I've said nothing for 14 months to anyone. I'm saying it here because here, I guess, is the only place I can. Somebody farmed this ground before it was a neighborhood. Somebody worked plot 9, probably all the plots, before it was what it is now. I've decided that whoever it is maybe still working or just enjoying themselves. I think the box on my porch, they're gifts. I started leaving mine out at night, a jar of tomatoes, a loaf of something, because I'd rather be generous with a thing I don't understand than find out what happens when it decides I've been rude. And honestly, I'm kind of excited to see what the garden does this year. And I might even consider growing some sweet corn. Maybe that's what they're trying to tell me. Grow something that will actually grow. Well, I guess we'll see. Because we're certainly not selling. This was over 9 years ago, so you'll have to forgive me for not retaining the video. A lot happens in 9 years, and believe it or not, this was not the most significant thing to happen. Just the strangest. We put up baby gates on the top of the stairs when Nora started walking. They were pressure mounted and the kind that you'd have to squeeze and lift with 2 hands. Because she'd of course figured out a way out of the swing latch ones inside of a week. The first time that I found it open, I assumed that my husband had left it open. Obviously, she couldn't open these ones. He said that he hadn't. We went in circles for a while and then dropped it. It happened again 4 days later. Then, most nights, I started checking twice before bed. Squeeze, lift, hear the click. Push against it to confirm. Then I'd wake around 3, walk down the hall, and find it standing wide open against the wall. I bought a second gate for the bottom of the stairs. Both were open in the morning. Nora never left her room. We had a camera on her crib. And I had 12 weeks of footage of a toddler sleeping straight through every single one of those nights. So I put the camera on the hallway. 3 nights of nothing, the gate closed. Then a jump where motion detection kicks in and the gates open. I set it to record continuously. The 4th night, I got it. At 3:12 in the morning, the gates opened. Nothing in frame. It doesn't fall or swing loose. The pressure bar compresses, which takes real force, and it lifts out of the mount and swings to the wall and settles against the drywall without banging. It stays open 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Then it closes, compresses, seats, clicks. It does this over and over. I watched that clip maybe 40 times. What I kept catching is that it's careful. Whatever does it doesn't make noise. I looked into the house, of course I did. Previous owners, the owners before them, the county records, obituaries with our address. I sat up past 2 some nights with a laptop and a glass of wine going back to the 60s. There's nothing. Nobody died here. The house is unremarkable in every way that a house can be documented as unremarkable. We, of course, never found out what it was. I know what it did. It came up those stairs, stood at the landing for 2 minutes, and went away quietly enough not to wake anybody. Over and over again. That's what I did every night of Nora's first 2 years. Get up, go down the hall, stand in a doorway long enough to watch her chest move, and go back to bed. So, maybe they were doing the same. Nora's 9 now. The gates came down years ago. Cameras still up, different version. But after a few nights of having the camera in the hallway, it went away. Didn't catch anything more. So, a different version of it has stayed there. I still find myself waking up at 3 in the morning, sometimes 3:12 on the dot. And I do lie there in the dark, and I do wonder, or just wish, that I knew who I was sharing the shift with all those years ago. That, oh well, some things you just don't get an explanation for. Only a story. My Aunt Libby hates Dolly Parton. Now, where we're from, an opinion like that is considered blasphemous on all accounts, so a few nights back, when 9 to 5 started playing on the Spotify, and she told me to change the song, I may have spoken out of turn when I looked at her and said, "You must be out of your fucking mind, Auntie." I don't know what came over me, but only a raging lunatic would have suggested changing the song. She said, "What?" And I doubled down, pulling into question her Tennessee heritage. I deserved to have a beer tossed my way. Hell, I expected the blue aluminum can to be thrown. What I didn't account for was Libby's throwing abilities and how full the beer would be. Both maxed out in their own respects. There's still a bruise above my right eye where she got me. I said, "Damn, Auntie," and then started telling her about all of the charitable work Dolly does for all of Tennessee, around the world, too. Auntie told me it wasn't about who she was as a person. It's her music she can't listen to, and it has nothing to do with the actual music itself. I said that don't make no sense at all, and that's when Auntie Libby told me to shut the hell up and she'd explain. She starts by telling me, "If you laugh, I'm gonna beat your ass." She actually said that, so I wasn't prepared for the story she actually went into, and I don't know what part she thought I would laugh at, but I promise there was no humor to be found in her story, and I wound up feeling pretty terrible for bringing up such a sore subject. Auntie grew up near Memphis in a little duplex with her mom and dad and her brother, my future dad. They shared the residence with another family who also had a little girl around Libby's age. At the time, they would play together on the front deck both houses shared. They were Unit A, and Libby's was Unit B. The girl's name was JoJo, and one summer afternoon, the girls were playing dolls on the front deck over by JoJo's front door. With the way the sun came around, Unit A spent most of the time in the shade. Next, Libby says they both watched a young man come running around the corner of their street. As he was jetting past the duplex, he looks over and notices the girls. Slowing his pace down to a jog, he throws a white brick in their direction. Both of the girls duck out of the way, and it bounces into Jojo's front door. The man screams, "Hide it!" as he disappears in between another set of houses. Seconds later, more galloping sets of feet come rounding the corner. 2 police officers were in hot pursuit behind the man. They pay the girls no attention as they ran by. Only when they're out of sight do the girls turn around to inspect what had gotten chucked at them. Libby picked it up. They both inspected every angle of it, but neither of them could figure out what it was. It was shaped like a brick, but not made of concrete. It looked like something white had been tightly packed in plastic, compacted into a dense rectangular package. The guy that threw it sure acted like it was important to him. Jojo's dad was on probation, and if the cops came back, she didn't want them coming to her door. She was terrified of the police. They beat her dad pretty good in front of the family last time he was arrested. Beat him right on the spot where they were playing just 2 years prior. Her mom had a restraining order against him, but after he got out, the Lovebirds had resolved things and gotten back together. Jojo told Libby to take the brick over to her unit to hide it somewhere there. Libby didn't argue because she'd also seen Jojo's daddy get his ass whooped that day. She could also recognize Jojo probably had bigger feelings about how everything transpired. Libby's daddy was standing right next to her watching the cops take turns using their boots and billy clubs on Jojo's dad. They were yelling, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." It was Libby's dad who was brave enough to crack the door open a bit and say something like, "All right, gentlemen, let's wrap it up over there." Needless to say, nobody wanted to relive that day. Not Libby, not Jojo, and surely not her poor daddy. So Libby had the bright idea to stash the brick in a cupboard under the sink, behind the chemical sprays and extra sponges. She returned to the shady side of the porch, triumphant in her goal to fulfill the stranger's request, and both girls would return to their imaginary fantasy land with their dolls. The next day, Libby would get up and go to school like any typical day, but when she got home, she opened her front door, and the first person she saw was her brother, Laney. It looked like he was trying to push an invisible boulder while up against the wall. He had both of his arms frozen in an L position. His head was ducking down, and suddenly she heard the swish of a leather belt cutting through the air and landing square on Laney's shoulder with a loud smack. He's screaming, confused as hell why he's getting the belt right now. Walking into the house and setting down her backpack, Libby stands there trying to figure out what's going on. Their mom's also in the living room, and she's equally as fumed as their dad. She's yelling at Laney, asking if he's some gorilla pimp drug dealer. Libby asks what he did, and their mother tells her that her big brother thinks he's a hustler. She went under the sink looking for a cleaning sponge, and can you guess what she found? Libby had a good idea, but she let her mom say it, because she really didn't know what exactly that brick was made out of until her mom said it. Then she flushed it to hell. It was only when their dad had tired himself out that he had stopped to listen to Libby explain the full story of how the brick came to be. Everyone went to bed feeling weird that night. Libby says another week would go by and nobody would mention it again. The whole thing was practically forgotten by the family until that fateful night. Libby's family was watching Alf on TV, and their dad had to keep turning up the volume to compete with the neighbors' music shaking the wall they shared. For some reason, they were playing Dolly Parton vinyls on full blast and dancing around like barnyard animals. It was all interrupted when a pair of headlights panned across their windows. A car was turning to park outside of the duplex. They didn't have a driveway, and so the car parked in front of their dad's work truck. Laney was trained to peek outside the blinds to make sure nobody was stealing tools from the truck. These men pulling up weren't interested in the truck. They killed the engine, and 3 men exited the vehicle, and they wasted no time walking straight to the duplex. Laney relays what he's seeing, and their dad turns down Alf when they heard the neighbor's door get a few loud knocks. Libby and everyone in Unit B sit quietly, trying to hear what's going on. Dolly Parton's still playing on max volume, but they could hear men shouting and things breaking over the music. There was screaming. Jojo's mom was the loudest, but they were all in hysterics. Libby's dad called the cops, and while on the phone with the operator, a series of gunshots ring out over the noise. A bullet goes through the wall and embeds itself inches above Laney's head. The screaming was replaced by footsteps and slamming doors as the men exited the unit and ran back to the car. What was left was only a Dolly Parton song to fill the deathly silence. A few minutes later, the police arrived, but the shooters were long gone by then, and Jojo's family were all deceased. They interviewed the adults in Libby's unit. They described what they'd seen and heard, the best that they could, but she doesn't remember ever hearing anyone getting charged for it. The police suggested that Libby's family get a motel for the night while they worked through the crime scene. The next day, they thought the property would have been cleaned up in some way by the cops, but besides the caution tape and various warnings stapled to the door of Unit A, it remained pretty much untouched after that night. The landlord never got around to cleaning it up. That side of the duplex stayed boarded up indefinitely. Libby told me that the worst part of it all would be when the family continued to hear noises coming from their neighbor's vacant unit. The parents couldn't explain it. Their dad would reluctantly walk across the deck to check if anyone had broken into the other unit because some of the sounds they'd hear were clearly recognizable as humans laughing and talking. Libby said she'd often hear Jojo's voice talking, and she always thought that she was trying to talk to her. Libby would put her ear against the wall to listen, but the voices would always stop, like they knew someone was eavesdropping. Their family had to live like that for a whole year until their lease was up. And honestly, I can't imagine that. I also can't understand why my dad never thought to tell me this story. My grandmother died in March of last year. By August, I'd mostly stopped crying at inconvenient times, which I was counting as progress. She raised me from 11 on, after my mom's situation stopped being something that anyone could pretend was temporary. Grandma Ruth was 73 when she took me in, and 88 when she died. And in between, she taught me to drive, sat through 4 years of terrible school band concerts, and never once made me feel like a burden that she'd been handed. She also had strong opinions about my driving. Specifically, she thought that I took I-40 too much and that the back roads were safer, which was objectively false, and which she believed with total conviction until the day she died. We argued about it for 15 years. It became a bit. I'd say I was heading somewhere. She'd say, take Old Post Road. And I'd say, that adds 20 minutes. And she'd say, then you leave 20 minutes earlier. That August, I was driving back from my cousin's place. About 2 hours out, I was tired and wanting to get home. I got to the interchange where you choose, highway or the long way. I put on my blinker for the on-ramp, same as I'd done 1,000 times. And then I heard her. This wasn't a feeling or an impression. This was her voice, in her exact register. That slightly impatient one that she used when she'd already said something twice. Take Old Post Road. I'll be honest. For a minute, I thought I was going crazy. But the comfort I felt, it was like she was really there. My brain still tried to keep giving me excuses. Oh, that's grief. I'd read that this happens. I decided that my brain had kept a model of someone I loved, and it was just running without asking. I felt sad, a little charmed, and I kept my blinker on. But she said it again, louder. Take Old Post Road. I took Old Post Road. Not because I believed anything, but because I was tired. My chest hurt, and it felt good for once to do what she wanted me to do. I got home 40 minutes later than I would have. I made dinner. I didn't think about it again until the next morning, when a coworker mentioned a wreck on I-40 the night before. The semi that jackknifed across 3 lanes of traffic around 7:15, backing up traffic for 6 miles. I was at that interchange at 7:04. It's about a 10-minute drive to where it happened. I've done the math. It's not proof. I might have been through and clear. I might have been stuck in that backup, annoyed and safe. I might have been in it. There's no version of this where I get to know. What I know is that the highway was faster, but I took the long way. Honestly, because her voice made me do it. I'd been arguing with that exact voice for 15 years. I take Old Post Road now, every time. It adds 20 minutes. But I just leave 20 minutes earlier. I didn't grow up very spiritual or religious. I grew up in a house where church was something other families did on Sundays while we slept in. And I've basically carried that comfortable agnosticism into my 40s without ever feeling like I was missing something. I guess I'm saying that so you can understand that I had no framework ready for what happened to me. No expectations to project onto it. I wasn't looking for a tunnel of light, and I didn't find one. This ice storm came through in February and took the power out across 4 counties. We'd been through outages before. You fill a bathtub, you eat what's in the fridge first, and then you dig out the board games. 2 days in, with the house down to 45 degrees, and my husband stuck at his mother's on the other side of a closed highway, I dragged the generator out of the shed and got it running in the garage. I knew better. That really is the thing that I always kick myself about. Every generator manual on Earth has that warning printed in red on the first page, and I'd read it. I'd put it in the garage anyway because the extension cord couldn't reach from the driveway, and it was 19 degrees outside, and I was tired and cold, and I'd stopped thinking carefully somewhere around hour 30. I remember getting a headache around 8 that evening. I remember thinking that it was the cold, or dehydration, or the stress of the whole miserable week. I took 2 ibuprofen and I laid down on the couch under 3 blankets. I don't remember anything after that. Much later, people said I would have felt nauseous. I didn't feel that. Not getting up either, which apparently I did, because they found me in the hallway, not on the couch. What I could remember, nobody else could see. I could see the couch that I was supposed to be on. I could see myself in the hallway. But the other thing was that I could see it all from above. I was against the ceiling, or near it, or simply oriented towards it in a way that didn't require a body to accomplish. Below me was my living room, mostly dark. The emergency candles I'd lit still burning on the coffee table. I could see the shape of myself in the hallway mainly. I understood that it was me. Oddly enough, I felt nothing about it. Not fear, not urgency, not even much interest. It really registered the way that a code on a chair registers. Mine, technically, not currently needed. It registered to me that I couldn't hear much. Everything was quiet, like I was behind a shield and everything was muted. I noticed that the walls were more of a suggestion, that if I paid attention, I could see through them. They weren't solid enough that they were there, but thin enough that I could see through them. And then I wasn't alone. And I wasn't in my living room. It was a quick switch. Almost like I'd fallen asleep and woken up again, only I could tell I wasn't really awake. I just knew I wasn't alone. And then I saw that she was standing next to me, which is the wrong phrase for a place without floors, but it's the closest one I have. An older woman, much older, small, thin, silver hair pinned back off of her face, wearing a cardigan the color of oatmeal. I did not know her. In that moment, it was like I went through every relative, every neighbor, every teacher, coworker, stranger for my entire life. And she was not in there. I'd never seen her before. She looked at me. She was almost annoyed. Not angry, annoyed. In the exasperated way of a woman who's found someone standing in a place that they have no business standing. She looked me up and down, and then she looked down. I realized she was looking down at me, and now I was too. My body, anyway. I was in a hospital bed. She looked back at me, and something in her face said absolutely not, as clearly as if she'd said it out loud. There were no words. It's tempting to translate the whole thing into dialogue, but that would be a lie. What passed between us arrived complete, full thought, full and instant, skipping the parts where language slows everything down. She told me I wasn't finished. I told her I felt fine, and I did. I guess that's what nobody can prepare you for. I felt better than fine. Every ache that I'd ever been carrying for 20 years was gone, and I hadn't noticed until that moment how loud my body had always been. She wasn't interested in that. She showed me something instead. My husband. At his mother's kitchen table, checking his phone for the 4th time in 10 minutes because I hadn't answered since the morning. I don't know how she showed me. It wasn't a vision or a screen. It was more that she moved my attention there. How you turn someone's face towards what they need to look at. Then she moved my attention back down. To me, the coat on the chair. I went. I don't remember deciding. The descent wasn't gradual. One instant I was oriented up, and then I was oriented down. And there was a pressure like being pulled through a doorway too small for me. And she came with me. I could feel her the whole way, not touching but accompanying me. Right at the end, just before everything narrowed to nothing, something changed in her. That exasperation dropped away and left something underneath it. Regret or apology. She'd realized something before I had. I have to go now. And then, pain. All of it, everywhere. Mainly my throat scraped raw, my head splitting, and a bright, hard light that I couldn't blink away. The ambulance had come because my husband called our neighbor when I stopped answering. The neighbor had a key. I'd been down for less than 40 minutes, they estimated. They'd had me on high-flow oxygen the whole ride in, and I woke somewhere in the hallway of the ER, being pushed fast through doors, with a woman's voice above me saying my name over and over. They put me in a shared room, overflow. The storm had every hospital in the region full, and the treatment bays were tripled up, curtains half drawn, staff moving between beds like it was a battlefield. There was chaos on both sides of me. I remember trying to hold on to the woman's face while the nurse checked my pupils, terrified that I'd lose it before I could tell anyone. And then there was shouting from the next bed over, and my nurse turned, left mid-sentence and joined the others. And through the gap in the curtain, I saw the bed beside mine. Silver hair, pinned back off of her face, oatmeal cardigan, unbuttoned and slightly pushed aside where they'd cut it open to get to her chest. She died at 11:52 that night. I know because I was awake for it, 4 feet away, listening to a room full of people fail to bring her back. I never spoke to her. I never did learn anything about her, except for what I learned on the other side, I guess. I got a carbon monoxide detector installed in every room the week I came home. I always check the batteries in October and April of every year since. And on the first cold night of every winter, I like to say a little prayer for the woman who visited me. And as someone who's not very religious, I guess that's kind of strange, but I do it anyway. I guess I'm saying thank you, maybe. What I'm about to describe happened, and I've spent 2 years failing to explain it to myself, to anyone. And those two facts sit next to each other in my head without resolving into anything comfortable. I lost my dad when I was 26. Sudden, a heart attack in the garage, no warning, no illness, no chance to say anything. He was 58. That was 9 years ago. And I've done the whole arc since then. The numbness, the anger, the flat-out gray year where I functioned but didn't really feel much of anything. And eventually, the low-grade permanent ache that you carry around and mostly forget about until something knocks it loose. 2 years ago, I got laid off, and having nothing better to do on a Tuesday morning, I started going to a weekly pottery class at a community studio. It was near my apartment. It's something I would never do if I'd had a job still. 6 people around a table, most of us bad at it. An instructor who kept saying, "The clay tells you what it wants," in a way that made me want to leave. There was a woman in that class named Priya, mid-50s, retired school teacher. Extremely funny in a dry way that took a few weeks to notice. We ended up next to each other most sessions and fell into that easy adult friendship that surprises you when it happens. No effort, no history. Just 2 people who happen to enjoy each other's company on a Tuesday. We talked about ordinary things, her grandkids, my job hunt, a shared dislike of the instructor's clay philosophy. Priya and I talked about a lot of things, but we had never talked about my dad passing. She never learned his name, never told her how he died or when or anything about him at all. About 3 months in, we went for coffee after class. Ordinary afternoon. We talked for 2 hours about nothing important and then got up to leave. She caught my wrist and said, "Sit down for a second. There's something I need to say and I've been putting it off for weeks." I sat down. I assumed she was sick or something. That's genuinely where my brain went. She told me that she'd known since she was a child that she picked things up. Her words, picked things up. She said she'd spent most of her adult life ignoring it because it made people uncomfortable, and it made her uncomfortable. And she said that she never once brought it up with someone that she just met, and she was breaking that rule now because someone had been standing behind me in the pottery studio almost every Tuesday for 3 months and had gotten increasingly insistent about it. I remember thinking very clearly, oh no, this lovely woman is about to become someone I have to stop seeing. And then she described him. Big guy, barrel-chested, thick forearms, a tattoo on his left one. She couldn't make out what it was exactly, just that it was faded, blue-green, and old. Bad knees. She said he stood like his knees hurt. And she said he kept showing her his hands, palms up, and they were stained. Not dirty, but stained. Something dark worked deep into the creases that wouldn't wash out. My father was a printer, 31 years at a commercial press. His hands never came fully clean, not once in my entire life. And the last time I held one of them in a funeral home, the ink was still in the lines of his palms. The tattoo was a faded anchor that he'd gotten at 19 and regretted by 22. His knees were shot from 3 decades on concrete floor. I hadn't told her any of that. I hadn't told her anything. I asked what he wanted. My voice came out wrong. She said he was worried about the truck. And I need to explain the truck. My dad had a 1994 Ford pickup that he'd kept running well past the point of sense, a rolling collection of replacement parts held together by stubbornness. When he died, my mother wanted it gone, and I couldn't let her sell it, so I took it. It had been sitting in my apartment complex back lot for 7 years at that point, not running, accumulating parking violations, and one increasingly hostile letter from the property manager. I hadn't driven it in 5 years. I'd spent probably $4,000 keeping it registered and occasionally attempting to fix it. My girlfriend at the time had called it a shrine, which had started a fight that I won on a technicality and lost in every way that mattered. Priya said, and I'm quoting as closely as I can because I wrote it down that night, he says it's a truck. He says you're keeping a truck. And then she said he wanted me to know that he'd have sold it years ago. And gosh, if that just wasn't him, besides the hands, the knees, the tattoo, that was him. That flat register, I could just hear it now. Unsentimental practicality that he applied to everything. The way that he'd have looked at a grown man spending $4,000 to store a dead vehicle out of grief and said something exactly that dry. I sat in that coffee shop and I cried in front of a woman that I'd known for maybe 3 months while she held my hand and looked deeply uncomfortable about the whole thing. I suddenly understood why she didn't do this sort of thing. She apologized afterwards more than once. She said that she never knew whether telling someone helped or hurt. I told her the truth, which was that I didn't know either. I did sell the truck 5 weeks later. Got $1,100 for it from a guy who wanted the parts. I sat in the cab for a while before he came to tow it, and I didn't really feel anything mystical, just a middle-aged sadness that was, I think, the appropriate size for the situation. It was a truck. I'd already lost the most important part of that truck. It was my dad, so here's my honest position. 2 years on, I don't know what Priya is. I've read about cold reading and I understand how it works. I've gone back over that conversation several times, looking for the moment that I might have fed her something. I really can't find it. She led with specifics. She described a stranger's hands. Gives me chills thinking about it. But I also can't quite bring myself to say the word medium out loud without feeling like an idiot. What I keep landing on is smaller than a belief. It's that the message was correct, whatever its source. My father, my own grief finding a route through a friend's strange gift, or some third thing that I don't have a name for. I needed someone to tell me that it was just a truck, and that I could get rid of it so that I could move on, which I did. Nobody living had been able to make me hear it. I still get coffee with Priya sometimes. She's never brought it up again, and I've never asked her to. I had a divine encounter during a near-death experience that gave me a perspective on the afterlife. One I hadn't known prior, and I think that I should post it and not worry about judgment. I've noticed that when you talk about spiritual stuff or politics with people, they've already drawn a line in the sand with confirmation bias. It's nearly impossible to convince someone of anything they believe being rubbish. Even more true is you lower the threshold of intelligence. Belief is a shield that blocks these undesirable arrows of truth, no matter their sharpness or accuracy to the topic. Odds are that before you began, there had already been a determination of fact or fiction. Therefore, I won't waste our time trying to persuade you otherwise. I'll just tell you. The accident and how it happened. I was a reckless 16-year-old sophomore. My boyfriend rode a loud-ass motorcycle and dropped out his senior year. I rode on the back of that bike with him all summer. No helmet because I didn't want to mess up my hair. I felt like a Lana Del Rey album. I was living fast and having a blast. And if an angel asked me how I thought I'd die, I never would have guessed my young vibrancy would be cut short by, you guessed it, a shellfish reaction at my sister's quinceañera. Did you know that shellfish allergies are famous for having late onset? That means that you could live your whole adolescence eating shrimp, crab, lobster, without any issue, only for your immune system to suddenly misidentify the shellfish protein as a harmful invader, like a drunken bouncer at the pub. Only, instead of asking to see my ID multiple times, it came as a strange metallic taste that filled my mouth, followed by a tingling and burning. 10 minutes later, I was hit with sudden, sharp abdominal cramps and intense nausea. Then I felt an overwhelming bout of intense anxiety that I've been told was a psychological response to dropping oxygen levels and surging adrenaline. My tongue began to swell, and swallowing became impossible. I had to grab my mom's arm to get her attention because I could no longer speak. Air wasn't moving from my lungs. The doctor told me that the reaction starved me of adequate oxygen and dropped my blood pressure. My mom told me that I collapsed into the dining room and lost consciousness. My personal recollection stopped before my fall. I didn't feel the fall. I closed my eyes and saw a white flash of light that swept away the impending sense of doom. Like an EMP blast that knocked out the power to my internal alarm, along with the rest of the electricity in the house. When I opened my eyes again, my physical perspective had changed. I was no longer at eye level with my mom. I discerned that I was now floating above the party, like gravity had inverted for only me. My back was on the ceiling, but I was more fascinated than scared. A part of me could describe what I was looking at, but almost as if I was watching it from the seat in a movie theater. I was aware of the storyline, and I could name the characters playing their parts. Medics entered from stage left, and the attention put a spotlight on the tapestried carpet where I was. Seeing this, I didn't think there I am, because I was no longer that. It felt like I was looking less at myself, like a body of flesh and bones, and more like an expensive rental car that I'd just returned to the lot. And I was okay with that. Sound wasn't a part of this experience. I recall none of the earthly senses were. To hear, you must have ears to transform the sound waves, and to touch, you must first have nerve endings in which I no longer possessed. I could see, but this might be the hardest part to explain because physical eyes are limited by a 120-degree forward focal cone. Without physical retinas locked inside a skull, my field of view expanded into a 360-degree sphere. I didn't have to turn my head to look behind me. The entire volume of the room registered simultaneously. Solid walls evaporated, and the room was formed through semi-transparent layers. And the human shapes below, they glowed with threaded aura networks tracing along their nervous system. The living bodies radiated as pulsing engines of heat, with bright crimson arterial blood pumping through a cooler, dark blue frame. I could also see that my own physical heart stopped inside the chest cavity. I began to feel a new presence enter from no particular direction, a spirit of stronger energy. If I was a candle, this was a lighthouse, and its beam was focused right on me. When this happened, I began to sink back into the ground like a balloon slowly losing helium. It was a gradual drift, measured in inches that took the place of a numerical timer, if time existed where I was. Without words, this told me that I needed to choose what to do next. go to the lighthouse, to what I believe to be reincarnation, or float to the ground and wander as a ghost for a while. I wasn't granted insight as to if I'd have another opportunity to go with the lighthouse if I stayed. What would you do? I obviously didn't get to choose. The fine doctors at Trinity Health made that choice for me. I knew exactly when the high dose of epinephrine was administered, because the gradual drift shifted to light speed for a fraction of a second, and where I landed was in a bed of agony. My body had just endured both a massive internal systemic crisis and an aggressive medical intervention to stop the crisis. It goes without saying, I felt a little rough waking up, but I was able to retain the knowledge from my trip into the ether. When I think about the entity I called the lighthouse and the possibilities of the offer, I still don't know what I would have chosen if I wasn't brought back to life. Maybe it would be cool to be a ghost for a little bit. I think because I was young, there wasn't much in life that I could repent for, so my reincarnation ticket might have been expedited. What I positively do know is that I don't know. I'm sure we've all seen those spooky YouTube videos of ghosts getting all upset around religious stuff, and I think I get it now. I'm not advocating for a rude ghost. They shouldn't be throwing anything around. But let's say you do grow up under a strong faith and live a life that you think will get you something special in the afterlife, just to find a damn lighthouse thing, pretending to be a glorified bus stop. This is also a reminder that I'm just a girl with a grudge against camarones. This is my mom's story. Actually, it's her whole graduating class's story. Class of '84, I think. We got that small town living out here. Hal Ketchum has a line in one of his songs that goes, "The world ain't round." Drops off sharp at the edge of town. "Lucy, you know the world must be flat, 'cause when people leave town, they never come back." I don't think he really believed the world was flat, but the metaphor was true about people leaving and never coming back. After high school, some go, some stay, some die, and some go to jail. Story repeats itself. I had a guy named Tyler in my graduating class that got a full ride scholarship out of here for baseball. Lewis and Clark College way up north. Dude gets a girl pregnant, and now he works at the IGA. He seems happy enough. He and that girl broke up though, so he's on that single dad hustle. Me, I love this small town. Did I have the grades to get out of here? No, not even close. Could I blame the school district for the poor education I received? Of course. But it wasn't about that. It's hard to explain if you're not from a town where everybody knows your name. There's something special about it that traps generations of families into maintaining this community. That being said, my mom's name is Mary. She graduated in the class of '84, and the story goes, one of her classmates was riding a bike home from a football game. His name was Andy. The game that night had gone into overtime, and the sun was long gone by the time he started pedaling. Andy, by all accounts, was prepared for these conditions. His bike was fitted with reflectors and even a little light in the front. But the person who ran him over was so intoxicated, this kid could have been wearing a spotlight and still been hit. The car keeps going. Another car finds Andy soon after, but he was clearly visibly deceased and spread across the concrete like a Jackson Pollock painting. Our little town was touched with tragedy, and I'm told that everyone pitched in to help the family with funeral costs. It was real nice, and Andy's got a good-looking tombstone in the graveyard with his school picture on it. But a week after the funeral, Mary's got a job washing dishes at the local bar. Her age wasn't a problem because she wasn't touching the alcohol, and she was also working under the table. An older alumni named Big John was bartending that night. When someone ran into the bar with Mary doing dishes, he looked frantic, as he spoke to no one in particular. He was speaking to the room of people, and by the way he was acting, the whole bar hushed quiet to hear what he had to say. Mary poked her head out from the kitchen, just as the man's telling everyone he'd just seen that Andy boy riding his bike on the boulevard. A few of the patrons think he's bluffing, a sick joke uttered too soon. But the man wasn't joking, and he begged for anyone to go with him back to the boulevard where he'd seen Andy. By that time in the night, though, everyone was already too filled up with spirits of their own to go chasing one outside. After a couple of shots, Big John poured one on the house for him. The man settled down, but he didn't stop talking about it, trying to describe what he'd seen as intricate as possible. But it didn't convince anyone to move off their stools to investigate. The week would continue as normal, but stories started circulating around town, and Mary would be told directly or overhear a secondhand story about someone else who'd seen Andy's ghost. Sightings began happening all over town, and some of the more religious members of the community started believing that Andy was restless because there was no accountability for his death. In every encounter, he was riding his bike. Headlights illuminated orange reflectors on the side of a dark road with a soft glow and disappear by the time the driver's parallel with the rider. Not in a wispy evaporation, he disappears like the image on an old TV when it's turned off. A silhouette's outline, the idea of a human's shape, burned into the darkness until the shape's indistinguishable. Another person claimed that when they'd seen Andy, he was standing next to his bike. The kickstand was out and Andy's hands were at his sides. When the person drove by, he knew exactly what he was looking at and says that they made eye contact, and Andy followed him with his stare until the car passed. There were a lot of stories going around at the time, some true, most were accentuated and embellished for the crowd at the bar. Big John was extra fascinated about the paranormal and would encourage the conversations. Little did anyone know, Big John's fascination wasn't coming from pure curiosity. He was probing the locals to see if anyone had received hints or otherworldly clues to the unsolved hit and run. Mary thought his investment into the mystery was commendable, but in reality, she'd discovered that Big John's interest in the subject was manifested by his hidden guilt. He wanted to know who knew what, because he was the one who'd killed Andy that night, and every time he'd hear a new story about someone seeing his ghost, John worried that Andy was leaving clues that pointed to him. Mary said that it all came to a head one night when Big John didn't show up for work. His house phone went directly to voicemail without ringing. That was out of character for him, so the manager told Mary to drive by his house for a wellness check. His house was less than 2 blocks away. Mary would have walked, but a weird feeling in her stomach led her to drive the 30-second trip. When she got to John's house, all the lights on his property were off, and her car was the only source of light when she parked. She left the keys in the ignition and headlights shining on the front of John's house when she went to go knock. Her fist hit the door, and she could hear John's muffled screams from inside. The walls in between them buffered the terrified tone in his voice, but the filtered volume didn't take away from the trembling fear that she heard. She knocks and hears, "Go away. I'm sorry. Leave me alone, please." Not knowing if he would be able to hear her voice if she wasn't screaming at the top of her lungs, Mary tried to shout loud enough for him to hear that it was her. As she waited for his reply, the idled engine purred in congruence with the wind in the trees, but another noise caught her attention. It was a metallic noise that was distinctly unique to itself, hard to replicate, hard to mistake as something else. The sound was hard to pin down as to where it was coming from, and Mary would say that it circled her and the house multiple times. Gears rotating, a bike chain, rubber tires kicking up gravel behind their spin, Mary's heart skipped a beat. It would have been impossible for her to see anything in the dark with her two headlights shining on her. The sensory blindness increased the dreadful feeling tenfold, and she didn't wait for Big John to answer the door. Listening to the sound of the bike making circles around the house, somewhere in the blackness, was way too much for her to deal with. And when the noise was furthest away in its route, Mary took that opportunity to run back to her car. She got inside and locked the doors. She didn't immediately leave. Instead, she waited and watched, trying to find the source of the sound. Headlights still fixed on the front of the house. Mary sees a figure standing at the side of the house, just out of the light's reach. It wasn't her eyes adjusting to the dark, because the longer she stared, the figure became more evocative as it stood completely still, no doubt staring back at her, even though she couldn't actually see their face. That was enough for Mary, though. Seeing that figure made her want to jump out of her skin. She threw the car in reverse and got out of there. Back at the bar, she told her manager what happened, but left out her terrifying personal experience. She told him that she heard John from inside tell her to go away, so she did, but he wasn't dead. Manager told her, John's not dead, but he's fired. The pink slip with his name on it was never actually retrieved, though, because I think it was the very next day John turned himself in for Andy's murder. A lot later, one of the arresting officers would be drinking at the bar and get to talking to the manager about what happened when John came into the police station. The cop said that John lost his marbles. It looked like he'd been up for days when he'd come in to confess. He was in tears when he said that Andy wouldn't leave him alone. He blamed him for the death of his fish and every plant that he had in his house. John says that they all died simultaneously overnight. He said that Andy was now making him sick, and he didn't want to die, but he wouldn't be free unless he confessed. I asked if she knew what happened to John since then. He was released from prison in the early 2000s, but never moved back into town. Same state. Pretty sure he's in the same county, just far enough away from his past to where he could rebuild a new identity without being fastened to an image of himself that he's tried to forget. And forgetting is something that small towns tend not to do. Now, when people mention Big John, it's not because of the golden season that he had in 1982 that took the high school varsity basketball team to our only state playoff appearance since. People don't talk about the glory days that his identity was built from. Now, the only time people reference Big John is when they're warning others not to make the same mistakes he did. I guess my friend Tyler's story isn't as bad. I don't know. Both of these guys threw away their lives over poor decisions, but the only thing Tyler killed was the hope his parents had that their boy was going to the big leagues. And that's not all that bad in comparison, and frankly, none of my business. When you kill someone, then it becomes everyone's business. The Tyler thing just blew my mind because the kid had a ticket out of here, and the girl he hooked up with wasn't even that attractive. Who knows? Tyler could have blown out his knee the first year of college and developed a debilitating drug habit from the medication. He laughed when I told him that, but I registered it as a fake laugh, so I stopped bringing it up because he seems happy enough. There's a trail system near where I grew up in western North Carolina. I won't name it, it's not famous or anything, but it's maintained with a few campgrounds and signs here and there to make it look more official than it really is. Back in the late 90s, when I was around 19 or 20, I used to hike out there a lot. Not for exercise or any spiritual reason, I just didn't have anything better to do. The trail was only about 20 minutes from the house, and I liked how quiet it was. Never really ran into people out there unless it was peak season. And even then, the ones you passed didn't usually say much. I hadn't been out that way in years until this past fall. I went back home to help out my folks. I had a day to myself, and I figured I'd take a drive, see if the place had changed. It had, but not in the way I expected. The trees were the same mostly, that thick, low-branch kind of forest that feels like it's leaning in towards you. But the trail markers were newer, bright orange instead of the old faded blue. The dirt path looked wider than I remembered too, almost groomed, like someone had really taken over upkeep. I parked in the same gravel lot that I used to and started walking. It took me about 10 minutes before I realized I hadn't passed the old wooden mile marker that I remembered, the one with the cracked map and faded plastic sleeve. I figured maybe they'd taken it down, but a few minutes later, I saw something even more confusing, a fork in the path. I stopped because I knew that had never been there before. This trail was just one big loop, one way in, same way out. But here it was, plain as day, 2 dirt paths, splitting around a massive pine. The left side was more worn, familiar. The right, not so much. The right one looked fresh, not muddy, not overgrown, just shallow, like no one had really walked in it yet. But it was wide enough to follow, and it curved downhill just slightly. From where I stood, it looked like it bent around a stand of birch trees, and it kept going into thicker woods. I don't know what made me take it. Maybe curiosity. Maybe the part of me that wanted to prove that I still knew these woods better than whatever new trail committee had come along since. But I stepped onto the path. Right away, I noticed silence. I mean, it had already been quiet, no cars, of course, no other hikers, but this was different. No birds. The wind had stopped. Were there even bugs? The leaves underfoot were soft, dry, but they didn't crunch. I know how that sounds, but that's what really hit me. I could feel the texture through my boots, but I couldn't hear it. The farther I walked, the more I noticed other things too. Subtle at first. Every tree looked a little bit wrong. They were healthy, full-grown trees, but the spacing was off, too evenly placed. Like someone had arranged them to look natural, but didn't quite get it right. Every 10 or 12 feet, another one, same size, same lean. And then there were the figures. Not people, not animals, just bundles of twine and wood lashed together into shapes, some hanging from branches, some nailed to trunks. I counted at least 4 in the span of 20 minutes. They weren't threatening exactly, but they weren't decorative either. No ribbons or color, just old rope and sticks. At one point, I thought I heard something behind me, twigs breaking. I was almost relieved to hear a sound, but when I turned around, the path behind me looked flatter, wider, and I realized I couldn't see the fork anymore. I kept going, mostly because I didn't want to admit that I was getting nervous, not even to myself. About 5 minutes later, I came to a clearing. Perfect circle. No leaves on the ground, just flat, dry dirt, and a large rock in the center, like a marker or altar. All around it, the same evenly spaced trees. Every single one of them had one of those twine figures nailed to it. And I don't know what the worst thing that could possibly happen in that moment is, but for me, it was that I heard my name, not shouted, just spoken, from the other side of the clearing. It was my voice. I didn't even think. I turned and walked fast, back the way I came, not running, but close. I kept my head down, and I didn't look behind me. The forest stayed silent.
but I could feel something tracking alongside me. I couldn't see it, though. When I finally saw the split in the trail again, I almost cried. I hiked the rest of the way out in a straight line. It took me almost 2 hours. By the time I reached my car, it was dusk. Way later than it should have been. I tried to look it up later. Maps, forums, anything. No record of that fork ever existing. Not now. Not in the past. It wasn't there when I looked back, before I hiked out. It was just one path, like it had always been. I haven't been back to that path since, but that voice, my voice, I hate that. I've always been kind of a nature freak, so one of my favorite things to do is go camping alone. It's basically my version of a spa day. I'm 35 now, and I've been going at least 4 times a year since I was 20. As a kid, my dad would take me every summer, so it's always been part of my life. In all of that time, I've only had one strange experience, but I still think about it on every trip since. It was about 5 or 6 years ago now. I was roughly halfway through the Appalachian Trail. I found a nice place to set up for the night. There was nothing special about it. I was a little off the beaten path, but not so far away that I considered it dangerous. I mostly just like to make sure no one else is going to randomly stumble upon my campsite. While I was cleaning my dishes, I kept hearing something big moving around behind me. I was worried about bears, so I kept my air horn close. I settled into my tent. A few hours later, I woke to the same sound, only much closer. I blew the air horn just to be safe, and the ground actually shook as whatever it was ran back into the woods. And I don't mean I felt its vibrations. I mean the earth moved. I've never encountered a bear big enough to make a mini earthquake. I didn't sleep much for the rest of the night. If anything, I dozed in and out of consciousness. Around dawn, I heard it return. I dropped the air horn twice while trying to use it, and when this thing got between the tent and the fire, I saw a towering silhouette, much too big to be a bear. As it got closer, it raised one arm into the air, and it looked more human than anything. I finally got the air horn to work, and this time it let out a loud roar before it ran away. I don't know what to call that sound. It was deep, but also screechy. I hate to say it, but the closest thing I can compare it to is a Wookiee. And again, the earth shook as it ran from camp. The sun was almost up, so I took that opportunity to start packing. I wanted to make it as far down the trail as possible before I had to stop again. As soon as I got out of the tent, I saw the footprints. They were fucking huge. I wear a size 12, and it dwarfed my own foot. I felt like a little kid stepping on one of those sizing rugs at the shoe store. You know, those ones with the little blue footprints? Am I the only one that likes standing on each one? Never mind, not the point. These footprints were terrifying. That's the point. It was kind of impossible not to think of Bigfoot. But Bigfoot isn't real. But look at these humongous prints. I just wanted to get far, far away. My normal goal was to hit 15 miles a day. I didn't always make it, but that day I did almost 20, which is still my personal best. That night I didn't go quite so far to set up camp. I welcomed human intruders over whatever made those footprints. I don't know. Bigfoot, something else. I'm not ashamed to admit that I was jumpy that night. You'd think that I'd be ready to pass out after the previous night and a day of intense hiking, but every little sound had me back on full alert, even the ones I could easily identify. Then the thwacking started just after midnight. It sounded like someone was hitting a tree with a big stick. It wasn't close by, but it couldn't have been that far away, if I could hear it as well as I did. I couldn't imagine why anyone would be beating a tree, let alone so late at night. Something about it was so unnerving. It went on for nearly 20 minutes before it finally stopped. The next day I ran into some people on the trail, and we ended up eating lunch together. I asked if they heard the noises from the night before, but didn't mention my other experience. I didn't want to sound like a lunatic. They hadn't heard a thing, but they did tell me that Bigfoot were known for wood knocking to mark their territory. I'd never heard that before, but it felt like an awfully crazy coincidence, considering what I'd heard, what I'd been through. I made about 15 miles that day. I didn't have any more problems, but I couldn't stop thinking about Bigfoot. So I did some research once I made it back to the safety of my own home. Apparently, wood knocking is totally a thing. They do it to warn others away from their territory, but also to communicate. At least that's what I read. There's so much stuff out there about Bigfoot, Sasquatch. I never thought I'd actually be a believer, but I'm fairly certain that I had a genuine encounter out there. I wouldn't mind doing the trail again one day, but I've mostly stuck closer to home since then. I've changed the name in this story because, in writing this, it struck me that real ghost stories come from real tragedy. The spirits we run from once were people too, most with families of their own. It's rare that a ghost would stick around after dying of old age. They might visit and say hello, maybe even warn you about some esoteric agenda. But for the most part, if we were to throw all of these accounts into an algorithm, we'd find a strong pattern indicating the place is haunted because something fucked up happened there. Or that ghost is haunting because something fucked up happened to them. Or they don't know they're dead. But I think that's a special kind of fucked up in a category all by itself. The ghost I met knew they were a ghost, though. I didn't, but I'd obviously figure it out later on, and I'm changing the name because I think it would suck to hear a story retold that strongly resembled a significant point in my life. Let's say a guy crashes his blue Corolla, he dies, wife sells it. She hears a story about a haunted blue Corolla that was sold to them by a desperate widow in their hometown. For all intents and purposes, this ghost, his name was Tom. Now, we already have the kicker to the story that Tom was a ghost, but I was none the wiser when I'd met him. And almost every day for that school year, he'd walk me home after the school bus dropped me off. This was in 1991. And when I say the bus didn't drop me off anywhere close to my actual apartments, I'm saying that there was still a good 2 miles between me and my actual neighborhood. My bus driver's name was Miss Winder. That's her real name, and she could give a fuck less what happened to the kids once they got off the bus. The first time I met Tom, it was after the long Memorial Day weekend. That day, the bus dropped me off, and I started my walk home as usual. Then from behind me I hear, "Hey, wait up." I'd always been the only person getting off the bus at that stop, and when I turned to see who was telling me to wait up, I saw a little boy running towards me, waving his arms. At first, I thought careless Miss Winder dropped off a kindergartner at the wrong stop again. Tom had light brown hair, brown eyes, and a slight gap in his front teeth that his smile wore with pride. My feet unintentionally slowed as the weight of pity became unbearable to hold. My change in speed allowed Tom to push his little legs fast enough to get next to me and introduce himself. It takes an extra long glance for me to conclude that I've never seen this kid before. I also noticed that he didn't have a backpack on. There weren't a lot of kids on the bus by the time it was my stop.
and I was sure that I hadn't seen him on there. I told him my name, and then I asked what school he went to. The question lingered in the air for a moment as he tried to remember. Then I asked how old he was, and the answer he gave somewhat answered for him not knowing the name of his school. Tom said he was 5. I asked if he's in kindergarten or preschool. He said he didn't go to school anymore. No doubt that was a peculiar answer, but I was also a kid, so I didn't have any point of reference to understand how odd it was that he didn't go to school anymore. Hinted that he'd previously gone, but no longer attended. I hadn't pressed the subject further because I was more concerned about being seen walking around with a kindergartner. That's where a 10-year-old's head goes when you see yourself as a mature and sophisticated adult comparatively. My irritation for the situation was the overwhelming sensation I felt coursing through my bones. I tried to make longer strides as I walked, but he kept pace. All the while, he'd ask me questions about my day, my family, the animals I had at home. It became difficult to maintain my irritation after the second or third walk that we had because those 2 miles were awfully lonely on my own. Tom always wanted to go exploring, take a new street, find another route home. We'd go our separate ways when we were just a few blocks from my apartments. As I would continue on the sidewalk, Tom would run off into the tree line that led into a dark, wooded area behind an office park. He said his mom worked in one of the buildings in the complex. I asked, isn't there an easier way for you to get there? But he said that he preferred going through the woods because it was quicker. I personally thought that forest was creepy as hell, and I'd always get the feeling that I was being watched when I'd walk by. Even on the sunniest days, the trees would block out the light, like window curtains. I'd always decline the offer when Tom asked me to follow him in. He'd say that he really wanted to show me something, but I was adamant about my disdain for spiders, and he couldn't promise that we wouldn't come across any. Tom wore the same clothes every day, but he was never dirty. I'll admit, most of our conversations revolved around me and what happened in my day. I wish that I would have asked him more about his life, but unfortunately, the things we talked about couldn't alter the circumstances that were already in motion. There was less than a month left in the school year when Tom stopped showing up, and I didn't know how much I'd miss him. I felt it most when I'd walk by the strip of trees that I never let him show me. That guilt remained unnamed and clung to me in an emotional bond I couldn't wipe away. Then, one weekday morning, my dad's watching the news. For some reason, I can remember this scene like it was yesterday, because it messed with my head for years. I was eating Raisin Bran and waiting for the weather to see if I needed to bring a coat that day, when a picture of Tom comes on the screen. I blurted out, "That's Tom," before the news anchor could say his name. What they said next, though, I would have never been able to predict. Remains of the 5-year-old that went missing over Memorial Day weekend last year. Tom disappeared while at the state fair with his family. My heart sunk like rocks in water when they went to a live feed and a reporter was standing on the same sidewalk that I walk every day, standing just outside the woods behind the business park. She held a big microphone with a yellow 5 on it. Dawn had begun to change the sky, but the busy street held a stoic silence, like the world chose not to interrupt her as she read the breaking information. Tom's body was discovered, partially buried in a shallow grave 100 yards into the tree line. I bawled my eyes out when the segment finished. I couldn't believe they'd changed to traffic right after a story like that. Surely Tom deserved more than a 30-second synopsis on the local news, but that's how it stayed. There was no resolution, nothing I could have done to change what happened. I think Tom was trying to get me to find his body so he could move on, and for my own sanity, I'd like to think that that's why our walk stopped, because he was finally able to rest. This experience really affected me to the point of periodically checking on the case even to this day. Before I began writing this, I searched for anything new involving Tom's case. Sadly, his killer had never been found, and the case went cold years ago, with no follow-up. I've rationalized that there's only one source of solace that I stay fastened to. No matter what, there was nothing I could have done to save Tom. Those gears were already set in motion. The only thing I could have done is what I naturally did, and that was being company for a lonely ghost until they could go home.
Having a family member in a branch of the armed services takes a mental toll on everyone involved. My brother Clay and I couldn't have been more different growing up, and that stayed the same way through our adulthood. Clay served in the military while I listened to Rage Against the Machine and skateboarded. He became a police officer in a neighboring city, and I was arrested multiple times for drug possession, theft, and burglary in the city he served. He never had the honor of taking his little brother down, but he would visit me whenever he found out I got locked up again. Clay had always been a serious kid, never joked around, always working his ass off at something. Tough kid, too, and that transferred into adulthood. There's still banners at the old gym with Clay's name on it from all of the boxing records and awards he'd won. During our visits, both from behind bars and back home, Clay would come over to our mom's house where I was staying. He'd casually talk about seeing car accidents, homicides, and any other death bringers that you could think of, all while sipping on a cup of coffee. Really troubling things, but he'd talk about them like he was discussing the weather. He told me once that his first interaction with people was usually on one of the worst days of their lives, be it a victim or suspect. The police are never involved because of happy scenarios. Sure, he'd try to play ball with the kids after school when he had the chance. Clay actually smiled when he told those small stories. But as the years passed, Clay's personality became more stoic. Slowly, he stopped sharing pieces of his day because he didn't want to burn us out, even though Mom and I never expressed discomfort about the things he told us. I think retelling the horrors of his day made him relive those moments and re-feel those gut-wrenching emotions. He didn't want to be the rain cloud when he entered the house. When I got my own place, Clay stopped by, rarely. Once it was to drop off a generator. The only other memorable time was when he came to decompress after an especially hard and strange night. The night he came over, it was completely unexpected. I think I was just sitting in my underwear, half asleep on the couch, when Clay started banging on the door. Scared the hell out of me, but along with the pounding, I heard his voice calling my name, telling me to open the door. Once I knew who it was, I jumped to my feet and ran to open it. When I did, Clay walked in, looking like he'd seen a ghost, pale as he could possibly be. I've never seen him like that before. He was visibly shaken. Clay walked over and plopped down on my couch. I asked him what was going on. At first, he just kept repeating that he needed someone to talk to, that he needed to see his brother. Talk about what? I asked. Then, Clay started crying, like I'd never seen him cry before. He said he'd seen something that really messed with his mind. He didn't think that anyone else would believe him, except me. He told me that earlier in the evening he'd responded to a domestic violence call. Before he even approached the scene, he was driving through all these twists and turns in a hilly neighborhood. It's while heading to the house that he saw a woman standing with her kid at the crosswalk, both of them looking straight down. The kid was in Spider-Man pajamas, no shoes. The mom was also in sleeping attire, thin shirt, shorts, no shoes. They definitely didn't look like they should be out there at that time of night. Clay, thinking this was weird, decided to stop. He rolled down his window and asked if they needed help. Neither of them responded. So he asked again, this time louder. That's when the woman lifted her head. Clay saw her face, just a blank expression. It was like her eyes weren't there. They weren't alive. Looking directly at Clay, she didn't say a word. She lifted her right arm and pointed down the road. Clay thought she was gesturing for him to go away. Since he was on his way to a call, he rolled up his window and continued to the call, which happened to be in the same direction the woman was pointing. Less than a mile further, Clay arrived at the house and was the first officer on the scene. The cul-de-sac was quiet, with adjacent houses all dark. The house he approached was indistinguishable from the others. But unlike the homes and families that cohabitated in this community, the house Clay was approaching was hiding a dark secret. He found it after pushing open the unlocked front door. There, in front of Clay, lay a family of 3. 2 of the members were in multiple crudely hacked pieces, and one was closer to the back door, hanging from the foundation banister in the kitchen, all deceased. On what remained of the smaller victim, a Spider-Man logo could be identified through the blood-soaked fabric. When I first moved out to New York, I rented a downstairs mother-in-law apartment for $600 a month. There was a full bathroom down there, water, garbage, even cable was paid for. It was a beautiful house, 10 minutes east of Buffalo. The couple that owned the house were also the ones living above me, and for the most part, we got along incredibly well. They were in their mid-50s, treated me like a daughter. I was in my early 20s and greatly appreciated the kindness, especially while I acclimated. It wasn't like an everyday thing, but anytime I had a question or needed anything, their side of the adjoining door would always be unlocked for me. Out of respect, though, it was seldom that I'd use that door. There were a few plumbing issues I had to go up there for, but I tried not to be a nuisance while I was under their roof. Besides a leaky toilet, the only other issue I came to them about, well, they weren't as overly helpful for, and it got kind of weird. I'd been there for a little over a week. I'd basically just moved in, and the little belongings I did take with me were still stacked in boxes. Most of them were set up against the wall, but I had a few by my bed that I was using as a makeshift table. The box I was using carried my old childhood stuffed animals, the ones I promised myself I'd never get rid of. I'm sure a lot of adults had or have a box like this. I had my alarm clock and a can of soda on it when I started to fall asleep. Laying in bed, I'm turned to my side, facing the box table. My eyes are closed at the time, but I hear the sound of the aluminum can being slid off of the cardboard. I open my eyes just in time to watch the soda fall off of the edge and spill onto the ground. I got up right away to clean it, using a towel to soak up the liquid. I was down there next to the box, and it looked like one of the flaps were unfolded and raised a bit. It hadn't happened the first 2 nights of me using it the same way. I didn't know how it could have scooted off the side of the box like that, but the mess occupied my primary focus. The next night, though, when it happened again, I jumped up with a little more curiosity as to how it happened again. I knew I'd put my drink dead center of the box, so when I heard it slide all the way off and splash onto the floor, I was upset. I got up and ran for a towel to clean it, but that night, when the floor was dry, I didn't immediately go back to bed. Instead, I looked all around the box, inside and out, trying to figure out what the problem was, but I couldn't find anything. The next thought was that it was a rodent or something like that, until one of the stuffed animals, one with electronic bits, started moving and singing inside the box. Its startling, distorted version of Yankee Doodle Dandy acted like an alarm in the silent, dark room, and I thrashed through the stuffed animals until I found the one that was active. It was a teddy bear, dressed in a Civil War costume. When I grabbed it in my hands, its music stopped. The batteries were already missing when I went to pull them out. I've had that stuffed bear probably the longest out of all of them. It's old. Could have been wiring, I guess, but without any power from batteries. It didn't make sense to me. The more I thought about it, the more it made me feel uneasy. It also wasn't the reason for the box flap opening, just a separate thing that happened in tandem. The stairway that led to the door upstairs had old wood steps. I also had a door that I could shut at the bottom of the stairs in my room, and on multiple occasions through the wall, I heard the upstairs door open, and the creaks of the wood, like someone was coming down the stairs. But the door would never open. The footsteps would never go back up the stairs either, only down. Worse than that, I woke up a handful of times to see that the stairwell door was wide open. Every time I would have to get out of bed and close it again, making sure to never look into the actual stairwell as I did. Random stuff like this kept happening, so I finally went upstairs to ask the couple point blank if their house was haunted. I didn't care if I looked crazy, and it was either that or start the conversation by asking if they have large rodents. However, they were still offended, raised their eyebrows like my question hung with a rotten odor in the kitchen. I said, "This is a pretty old house. Do you think it's haunted?" And to this, both of them got looks of repulsion on their face. The woman answered my question in a snappy tone, saying, "Not in the least bit." I just said, "Oh, okay," and then walked back downstairs feeling foolish. I wasn't in a position to move, and there was no way that I'd find a place to rent for that cheap. I knew that as fact. What I also knew as fact was that no matter what the couple upstairs thought, their house was haunted. I'm convinced most everything on the East Coast is haunted, because that's where the American story began. People have been living and dying on the East Coast way longer than the West. All the architecture's old. It's extremely beautiful, but haunted up the kazoo. I had 2 windows in the room, one on the door that pointed toward the side driveway, and another window that pointed toward the front yard. I once got up to go to the bathroom, and I saw a man standing outside the fence of the front yard, staring at the house. He was partially lit by a street light further down the road. By their stature, I assumed it was a man that I was looking at. It looked like he was wearing a black raincoat with the hood up. He was more of a silhouette than anything. I stayed low even though my blinds were down and the room was dark. I didn't think that he could see me, but I couldn't be sure. It wasn't clear what he was even doing there. I watched him until I couldn't hold my bladder, and in the time I ran to use the bathroom, he was gone by the time I got back to the window. My stomach sank when I saw the gate to the front yard was unlatched. It sank even further when the other window lit up from the motion sensor lights in the driveway. My back was already against that wall. The light coming in from the driveway made a perfect illuminated square in the carpet of my room. And then it started to blink, almost like Morse code, but in reality, it was the person's body blocking the light every time they looked into my room. The shadow rapidly went back and forth outside the window. The phone, which was a landline at the time, was all the way across the room. I didn't want to risk being spotted. I thought the couple upstairs had to be aware of what was going on, but all was quiet upstairs. All was quiet everywhere. It came to me that as fast as the guy was moving outside, he wasn't kicking up the gravel. Still, I watched his shadow continue to dart around. Then one swoop was his final, and the window's light became a stagnant yellow glow until the sensor's timer shut them off. That's when I felt safe, leaving my crouch spot on the wall and returning to my bed. I moved to New York for a corporate job at the clothing company, and anticipating my career path, I expected New York to be my new permanent residency. I wanted it to feel like home, starting with the place I was currently staying at, but no matter how much I decorated that room, fear would envelop the aesthetics. It was probably my internal stress, Probably what made me feel so isolated at work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that people didn't like me. I wouldn't even say didn't like, because that would mean I crossed their minds past eye contact. I myself felt like the ghost in the office that I worked at. Nobody on my team asked me questions. Nobody looked at me twice, besides to ask if I'd finished whatever project I was on. It was fast-paced, stressful, and overwhelming, to do with a lack of sleep, especially. And I'd often find myself behind that blockade of tired fog in the mornings because my sleep being interrupted by various but unyielding disturbances. Ambiguous thumps and bumps, those were a regular occurrence that the couple upstairs had no clue about. I never argued, but I knew they were lying. Some of these noises were big enough to shake the house, like someone throwing a sledgehammer through the wall. In a series of horrendous events one night, I'm woken up by a tremendous boom. The sound lasts half a second. In the house, it's silent again. When I sat up in bed, in the pitch-black room, I see a line of light under the bathroom door. It was directly across from my bed, and the lights were unmistakably on. Unfortunately, I knew with all my soul that I'd turned that light off earlier. The room was dark when I went to sleep. I contemplated just leaving it on, but what I couldn't ignore was the crying that began shortly after I'd sat up. Retelling this part feels like a twisted dream, but I wake up to adrenaline pumping through me at an immodest rate. As I got to the illuminated door, I put my ear against it, and I could still hear the sound of crying coming from inside. And that's when I turned the handle, and I opened it to see a bony, cadaverous woman sitting in the bathtub. She was staring down into the water, sobbing, but slowly raised her head to meet my terrified frozen stare. She was completely nude, long black hair that hung down past her shoulders, with a few tangled strands in front of her face. The eyes that looked back at me were blue. The whites had changed into an irritated red from the tears. Her skin was covered in scars. Her chest, arms, and thighs all had long marks of healed tissue. As scary as the sight was, I was also struck with a deep sadness for the woman. Through our gaze, she shared her hurt with me. My body absorbed the sorrow, and I felt her loneliness, and it physically brought me to my knees. I accompanied her weeping with my own soft whimpers. It's like all of my insecurities, anxieties, the intrusive thoughts that I tried to keep away, they all came at me at once, like a pack of wolves to my worn-down spirit. I was on my hands and knees, my mind sliding down a spiral into darker and darker territory, when a small splash of water sprinkles across my fingers. More water slaps onto the ground, and it sounds like it's sloshing from over the edge of the tub. The spritz I got pulled me off of my dejected slide and teleported me back into the moment, the rational feelings that came with it, which was pure heart-galloping terror. Right when that primal adrenaline shot through me, it re-tightened my senses, and my legs somersaulted me backwards, while my hand somehow closed the door behind me. I don't know how I did a move like that. My body acted without me. I didn't sleep in the bed that night. I grabbed my blankets, and I went to go sleep the rest of the night in my car, but even that was short-lived. In my passenger seat, I intentionally laid facing away from the room, but I made the mistake of looking over my shoulders. I saw her face, her blue eyes, looking out at me through the window. I started to cry again too, but this time it was because I was out of options. Seeing her again only confirmed that yes, along with the shit job I moved out here for, it's confirmed. My place of residency is no longer a viable option. In my car, I started the engine. Headlights turned on, radio turns on. I see it's close to 4 a.m. I would have had to be up in a half an hour to get ready for work. That obviously wasn't going to happen. This time, I let out one of those end-of-the-world cries. I think I had a tiny mental breakdown after that because I became absolutely enraged, blood-boiling angry. How fucked this situation was. I was punching my steering wheel, screaming at the top of my lungs, but that didn't feel cathartic enough. So I unrolled my window, held out my left arm, and raised my middle finger high. Then I continued screaming at the top of my lungs, "Fuck you, fuck you." And then I peeled out of their driveway, making sure my back tires blasted gravel at the metal garage door. I was never coming back. I kept my window down, yelling, "Fuck you, New York, fuck you," all the way to state lines. My tears stung with resentment, hurting my eyes and making me more aggravated the whole 2-hour trip home. There's more than a few toll booths with dents on the side of their change deposit bowls. I haven't stopped saying it, and I'll keep saying it until the day I die on my deathbed. I want my last words that I utter to my loved ones to be, "Fuck New York." We had a pretty big grizzly bear that would wander onto our property from time to time. My husband, John, named it the Blimp because, dear God, this was a round bear. We have a variety of other bears around, but the Blimp was a spectacle to behold. Whatever her diet consisted of did not involve cardio or climbing. We thought Blimp was a pregnant grizzly the first time we saw it. But when she never gave birth and continued getting bigger, we started to reconsider our first assumption. Our house and the other properties around us are relatively new, and still, we're the furthest you can reach before the road ends in a roundabout whose only entrance is its only exit. We don't mind its isolation, nor do we mind the occasional visits from the larger wildlife population. Blimp was never a nuisance. We have bear-proof trash bins out here for obvious reasons. One morning, John and I were unloading groceries from the truck after church when Blimp came out of the woods, less than 5 yards away. Both of us stopped what we were doing and held our breath. Up close, Blimp is by far the biggest bear I've ever seen in real life. She was so large that her walk was more of a waddle as she scooted by. She didn't even look in our direction. She must have seen we were there, but she couldn't have cared less about our presence. John dove into the back seat as I jumped into the passenger seat, and we slammed the doors of the truck. Then we watched Blimp continue through the tree line out our front yard. I think Blimp might have been one of the grizzlies that I could have possibly outrun, at least endurance-wise. Though, thankfully, my bold theory never had to be tested. Blimp was a chill bear. I'm sad to say, however, that this story breaks my heart before terror sinks in. One evening, near the end of last year, John went out to get firewood. It was a task that he did regularly, but this night, he'd return with tragic news that Blimp had been killed. It was heartbreaking. Both of us are big animal lovers, and we'd really grown accustomed to having Blimp around. Surely an animal that size did not have predators. She wouldn't have been able to grow so plump otherwise. I asked if it looked like she'd been shot. Was it possible one of our neighbors didn't have such a passive relationship towards a giant grizzly waddling through? John says no. He's white as a sheet. As he tells me, the scene he came across was much more troubling than an accidental or even intentional killing by anything he could think of. And certainly, a gun was not responsible for this carnage. A ways beyond the grassy part of the backyard, there's a long pathway starting at the bushes by the tree line. This leads to another small clearing in the forest. There, we have a chopping block made from an old stump and a beautiful fire pit that John welded himself. When John finished collecting the wood, he turned around with the bundle in his arms and noticed one of the trees was a completely different color. Walking closer to inspect this anomaly in nature, John would discover that it's only the side facing him that seems to be splashed with this pigment. A wide red streak, starting from the base of the tree, straight up into its branches. As John got closer, the red line looked wet. He placed a finger into the liquid. It was much thinner than the sappy consistency he was expecting to touch. Then, John visually begins to follow this red trail all the way up. John saw Blimp. Its limbs dangled as her body laid straddling a thick branch high up in the trees. The rib bones are exposed from a wound that looks like something had taken bites from her. Blimp's head was missing altogether. Touching the blood between his fingers again, it registers to John that the sickening mess of carnage above him had recently happened. Quickly scanning the other branches near the body, John starts to slowly back out from under the tree. The lack of noise around him became discernible as John's footsteps and heartbeat soon became the loudest sound he could hear. It was like the forest around him fell into stasis. A wave of nausea suddenly hit John with such force that he began dry heaving. Growing with the pain in his stomach was the overwhelming feeling that he was being watched. All sense of safety was pulled away in the atmospheric fluctuation, and that's when John rushed back to the house. With terror stuttering his words, that was his declaration. The next morning, we both went out to the fire pit to get a better look at the situation. I know some of you wouldn't, but there was no way I couldn't see it for myself, the mess John described. It seemed incomprehensible, and I was going to see what my husband saw, if for no other reason than sharing what's now a core memory. It was easy to see the blood in the daylight, and we noticed a trail started before the tree. There was a streak coming from further in the woods where Blimp had been dragged from. Claw marks cut deep into the bark of the trees nearest, all leading to a part of the grass that was saturated in blood and pieces of Blimp's fur. No way a mountain lion could have done something like that. Even if they got lucky and did somehow get the better of Blimp, it's absurd to think they'd be strong enough to drag the body vertically up a tree. I'm quite sure 0 North American wild animals possess the strength to accomplish such a feat. Also, when John and I actually walked to the bloodied tree and looked up, the body was no longer in the branches. I would have thought to ask if we had the wrong tree if it wasn't obviously the only tree with a river of blood climbing one side. What was left of Blimp was gone, most likely retrieved by whatever got the best of her. The next week, we set up a large fence that surrounded our house. We also got a semi-automatic and a Dalmatian named after one of the Marx brothers. Now, almost 6 months later, tensions have settled a bit. No new evidence has been presented to further our suspicions of an invasive apex predator. Though, there's some parts of our 20 acres that we don't bother exploring because they're simply too overgrown by thick woods. We try to make our way around the other areas of our property monthly to check on things, make sure we don't have anyone camping on the land, stuff like that. Recently, John and I were doing one of these routine checks with Harpo. He's up ahead sniffing and peeing on things, and I see him pick up a scent that gets him curious. The wagging of his tail stops, and he's focused on locating the source of the smell. It brings him towards a bush that he quickly starts digging and climbing into the vines of, all the way until his upper half disappears. My attention now is on Harpo's excitement, and I'm wondering what he's going to pull out of the bushes. Harpo begins tugging on something that he's got a hold of. The bush shakes as Harpo struggles to free the object. Finally, the branches snap and release Harpo backwards, with his new treasure tightly clenched in his teeth. At first glance, it looked like Harpo caught a giant raccoon in his mouth. I sprinted at him and yelled for him to drop it. Harpo does, and it falls in the grass. I recognize it as not being a raccoon. Harpo had a bear skull. Part of it, anyway. I got the leash out of my backpack, and Harpo walked closer to us. A river runs through the end of our property. It's the line that separates us and our neighbor's property. Harpo's always been a fan of playing in the water on our walks. So when we got there, I unhooked the leash from his collar, but Harpo didn't leave our side. Instead of running off as he normally would, he stayed glued to our hip all the way back to the house. So far, it's been the same ever since that day. We'll see how long that behavior sticks around. Since then, we've gone on plenty more walks around the property. Last weekend, we got the courage to make s'mores in the fire pit. We surely haven't solved any mysteries, but at this point, I think we're just grateful nothing happened to either of us out there, and that we feel somewhat safe again. We aren't exactly close to our neighbors, but I'm tempted to talk to the family or couple a mile down the road. They've lived here longer than the rest of us, and it just makes me wonder, what do they know about this area that we should know? I've been on the force for over 20 years, and I've seen my fair share of missing person cases over that time. Most of them start the same way. A concerned family member or friend comes in looking for someone who hasn't been seen or heard from in a long time. It's usually a mix of dread and hope that takes over, and this case was no different. Well, it was a little different, and that's why I'm here. The call came in on a Tuesday morning. A woman reported her adult son, Charlie, missing. She hadn't seen him in 3 days, which was unusual. Charlie was the kind of guy who called his mom every night, even if he didn't have much to say. The fact that he hadn't reached out was the red flag. I took the details and assured her we'd do everything we could to find him. At first, it seemed like it might be a case of a guy needing to clear his head, go off the grid for a bit. But as the hours turned into days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His friends hadn't heard from him, and his phone had been off since the night he was last seen. We started digging deeper, checking his usual haunts, talking to anyone who might know where he could have gone, but nothing. Then something strange happened. Just when we were hitting a wall, a woman walked into the station claiming she was a psychic. Now, we get a lot of these, and sometimes the force themselves will reach out and bring someone in. I've never put too much stock into that kind of thing, but she was insistent. She said that she'd had a vision of Charlie, described him perfectly, right down to the scar above his left eyebrow. She told me that he was dead, that his body was in the backwater near a barn in a field not far from town. I remember feeling a mix of skepticism and desperation. We didn't have any other leads, so I figured it couldn't hurt to check it out. I took a couple of my guys and we drove out to the area that she described. The place was secluded, miles away from any main road. The barn was old, half-collapsed, sitting in the middle of an overgrown field. And just like she'd said, there was a stagnant pond behind it, hidden from view. The sight that met us when we got there is something I won't forget. As we approached the water, I noticed something bobbing near the surface. My stomach dropped as I realized what it was. We called in the crime scene unit, and they pulled Charlie's body from the water. The psychic had been right, eerily so. The location, the condition, everything. It was all exactly as she described. I couldn't explain it, but there it was, plain as day. We had our missing person, but now it was a homicide. It turned out that Charlie had gotten involved with some dangerous people. When he tried to back out of a deal, they made sure that he wouldn't talk. We eventually tracked them down and brought them to justice, but that psychic's tip still lingers in my mind. In all my years on the force, I've never had a case take a turn like that one. Maybe there's more out there that we can't see or understand, But I know one thing for sure. I'll never look at missing persons reports the same way again. In 91, I was 6 and living with my father and stepmother. Every other weekend, they would drive me 2 hours to meet my mother at a halfway point for the trade-off. One week, Mom couldn't get off work, and Dad got food poisoning, so my stepmom, Brenda, was left to drive me the whole way. Mom was a waitress, so we timed it to arrive when she'd be getting off at 10, but we never made it. Just past where we normally would have met, we had to get on the interstate. But the on and off ramps weren't like normal ones. The direction they were pointed made them seem backwards to anyone who wasn't used to the area. Lots of accidents happened before they fixed it because so many people would go the wrong way. Just like Brenda. She wasn't familiar with the area at all and turned up the off-ramp. As we came to the final curve, we collided head-on with a huge truck, and an SUV crashed into its rear end. I was in the back seat and briefly knocked unconscious. When I woke, the truck's front tires were through the windshield, and Brenda's head was gone. There was only a fountain of red rushing over the remaining mangled mass below her shoulders. I was trapped inside for almost an hour while the fire department used the jaws of life to pry open the door. I was surrounded by people trying to communicate with me, but I was wholly focused on Brenda. I couldn't have talked even if I had noticed them. I also don't remember screaming, but everyone said I never stopped. I didn't feel pain or realize my legs were trapped under the front passenger seat either, but both were broken in multiple places. They said I didn't notice because of the shock. I didn't have a full grasp on death before the wreck, but I instinctively understood it once I saw what was left of Brenda. I didn't have all the right words for everything, but she was just clearly no more. She was gone. I had to have surgery that night. When I woke, both my parents were there. It was the first time I ever saw my father cry, but there were many more to follow. My parents didn't get back together, but my dad moved 10 minutes away from my mom's house, so he could help with my recovery. When I finally left the hospital, I still had months of physical therapy to endure. The pain is what I remember most. The rest is just a collage of fuzzy memories. Physically, my recovery took about a year. Mentally, well, if you listen to my therapist, it's still a work in progress. But the nightmares mostly stopped in my mid-20s, and surprisingly, talking about it does help. I would always dream about a zombie version of Brenda's head appearing in my lap, staring up at me. Sometimes it was in school. Sometimes it was in the wreck or at the dinner table. Overall, I'm lucky to be alive. Kids riding in the front seat wasn't an uncommon occurrence in those days, and I typically did it all the time. But Brenda, she insisted that I sit in the back. Had I not been in the back, there's no way I would have survived. These days, I'm what you call a granny driver, and proud of it. I'm pretty darn sure I had a time slip with my grandma when I was 13 or 14. She and my grandpa raised me off and on after my mom had passed away. Don't go grabbing the Kleenex box. This ain't about that, and it ain't sad. My grandparents raised me up good, and my grandma Joanne was my best friend growing up. On a random weeknight, the house phone rings. It's late. I'm in my pajamas watching TV on the couch in the living room while my grandma and grandpa are playing pinochle in the kitchen. Grandpa answers the phone. The muffled voice on the other end erupts so loud, Grandpa pulls the phone away from his ear, tells Grandma he thinks it's her friend and our next-door neighbor, Allie. She was another fellow senior citizen, but Allie didn't age with grace. She liked to party and hook up with the other lonely senior citizens in the community. Allie was a real homewrecker up until her funeral. She calls the house obliterated drunk, asking Grandma to come pick her up, not because she was responsible, but because she lost her car keys in a thorn bush outside one of her lover's houses. So, Joanne, with a heart of gold, tells Allie she'll come get her. Allie gives Joanne the address, and I help look it up on MapQuest.com, and I write down the directions. The destination was less than 10 miles away, and I offered to ride shotgun and give the directions as she drove. Joanne agreed, and Grandpa retrieved a gun from their bedroom and handed it to her. Grandpa didn't like Allie or the company she kept. He'd recently hurt his back, or he would have taken my place in the car. I got on my sandals, and we headed out to rescue Allie. The old Volkswagen we drove clunked, and its muffler would sometimes scrape on the ground, but I'd be damned if it didn't always get us from A to B. In Arizona, the sun sets real slow. There were fewer cars on the road around us, but it was still blazing hot outside. The wagon's AC was spotty at best, and it would only work in brief spurts. Our only way to cool down was to roll down the windows and cruise the empty streets to catch a breeze. That night, my grip wasn't as strong as it should have been, and a breeze caught the paper with directions written on it, snatching it right from my hands, out the window. Grandma Joanne saw the papers fly out and stomped down on the brakes with lightning reflexes. When the tires screeched to a stop, it went, "Read, read." The second "read" sounded like it was a question, like, "Read?" The best way to describe it was like giant rubber shoes on a basketball court. It didn't sound like the first gravelly friction skid, and for some reason, we sat there and laughed for quite a while about the silly noise we'd just heard. Then she put the wagon into park, turned on the hazard lights, and we both got out to look for the piece of paper I'd lost. I didn't notice anything until my feet hit the ground outside the car. One of my sandals got caught on a dry crack that had formed in the earth beneath me. When I felt the slight resistance stepping out, I looked down. I saw I wasn't standing on a street. The ground looked like desert. Grandma Joanne already fully out of the car, and the words I hear out of her mouth first are, "Holy shit." Then she starts telling me to get out of the car and come look around. Busy with my sandal situation, my shock was only a couple of seconds shy of hers. When I looked up, the barren desert that I'd gotten my sandals stuck in, it wasn't just a patch that had stopped under my feet. The dry desert floor was now all around us. Heat waves radiated with distant water mirages. In front of me, Joanne walked out further, with her arms stretched out wide, then turned around and said, "Well, how the fuck did this happen?" There was nothing in the distance in any direction. Joanne didn't look like she was scared, but I thought we'd die. We stood in a silent, hot, flat land with broken, dusty ground all around. Not a cloud in the sky. No sun either. The sky was still blue, but we couldn't pinpoint where the light was coming from. Joanne thought that we'd die too. She wouldn't tell me that until later in life, though. We both got back into the Volkswagen, but she couldn't get the engine to start. We'd never even turned the car off. So, with the temperature now hotter inside the car, we both got out and basically repeated what we did the first time. Looked around and asked each other, "What the fuck is going on?" Without a better idea, Joanne pulled out her gun and asked if I wanted to learn how to shoot. If we'd had a deck of cards, I'm sure we would have done that, but we didn't. She told me all the must-know facts that someone should learn before being handed a gun, then instructed me to hold the gun out with both hands, stiff arms for recoil. I breathed in and pulled the trigger. My eyes closed tight when the gun blasted. When I opened them again, the first thing I saw was a palm tree a few yards in front of me, with a bullet in it. Dogs were barking, and I realized I was standing in someone's front yard. Joanne grabbed the gun, and she and I stared at the palm tree, examining it to see if it was real. Then the porch lights of the house whose yard we were standing in turned on, and all hell broke loose. If you didn't know this fact, all the old people around here have guns, and this homeowner clearly felt threatened by two strangers shooting his palm tree. Joanne grabbed my shoulder and pushed me into my open passenger door as a bullet whizzed nowhere near us. Thankfully, most old people need glasses to see what they're doing, and it seemed that we'd woken him up so suddenly he'd forgotten his when he chose to return fire. We noticed the wagon's engine was running again, hazards clicking again, AC spurting in bursts. Joanne ran around to the driver's side and dove in. She was surprised when she tried to start the wagon and it made a metal grinding sound because the car was already on. The old man at the door, he let off another shot, and we heard it hit glass from a parked car further down the street, which made Joanne throw it into drive and get our asses out of there. Another grandma would have had a heart attack, but my grandma drove over a chain-link fence to leave that neighborhood. And almost as soon as she did, we knew where we were again. That experience was all that we could talk about. When we got home, Grandpa told us that we'd left only 2 minutes before. He believed us, but couldn't help when it came to answers of any kind. We never did pick up Allie that night. When my grandparents passed, the questioning and wondering kind of died with them, as I had no one else who could understand the story. I don't really expect any of you to give a fuck either, but it's my Grandma Joanne's birthday today. So in honor of her, I'm capturing our memory forever on the interweb. When I was 17, I'm convinced I saw something otherworldly. Maybe it was a demon. I don't expect everyone or anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not even sure how to make sense of it myself. But every time I think back to that night, the details come rushing back, like it just happened. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning when I woke up, thirsty. The kind of thirst that pulls you out of sleep and nags at you until you do something about it. The house was dead silent, and that kind of quiet feels heavy, like it's pressing down on you. Everyone was asleep, and I didn't want to make any noise, so I slipped out of bed, groggy, and shuffled down the hallway towards the kitchen. The hallway felt unnaturally long. I brushed it off, chalked it up to being half asleep. The darkness was thick, clinging to the walls like a living thing, but I ignored that too, flipping on the kitchen light as I entered. And that's when I saw it. Standing by the fridge in the corner of my eye was this thing. At first I thought maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. You know how your brain tries to make sense of shadows when you're tired. But this wasn't a shadow. It was hunched over, pale and looking slim. Its skin stretched tight over its bones. It wasn't human. There was no mistaking that. But its head jerked towards me and I froze. I locked eyes with it, and that's when I knew that this wasn't a nightmare that I could wake up from. Its eyes, yellow, sunken, and cold, looked straight into mine. Its face was twisted, grotesque, almost skeletal, but with a thin layer of slick, oily skin. The creature stood on 2 spindly legs, but it wasn't stable, like it was always ready to collapse or crawl. I think the worst part was its mouth, this jagged, gaping maw filled with teeth. It looked too sharp and too numerous for its small face. It opened its mouth even wider, its chest heaving like it was struggling to breathe. And then it let out this scream. Not a scream, a screech. High-pitched, like metal scraping against metal, but also raw and guttural. The sound tore through me, my whole body locked up, paralyzed with fear. I
couldn't move. I couldn't think. All I could do was stand there, staring at it as it screeched again. I don't know how long we stood there, seconds, minutes, before it suddenly bolted. It moved in a way that no living thing should. It didn't run. It crawled, fast and jerky, across the walls like gravity didn't apply to it. It scurried towards the unlit part of the house, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as it had appeared. The light in the kitchen flickered as it vanished, leaving me standing there, my heart pounding so loud that it echoed in my ears. I couldn't breathe right. My chest was tight and my throat was dry. I felt rooted in this spot for what felt like forever, my mind reeling, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. But nothing made sense. I finally snapped out of it and bolted back to my room. I slammed the door, locked it, and turned on my music as loud as I could, trying to drown out the memory of that screech. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. How could I? Every creak in the house, every shift of the floorboards made me jump, convinced that that thing would crawl out of the shadows and come for me. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. What would I say? I saw a creature, a demon. Even now, it sounds insane when I say it out loud. I've only ever shared this story with a few people, and each time I tell it, the same chill runs down my spine. I'm not here to convince anyone that demons are real or to start some debate. I just want to know if anyone out there has ever seen something like it, because it makes you feel like you're losing your mind, like maybe what you saw wasn't real. But deep down, you know it was, and that's the scariest part of all. I was a home health nurse for many years. When we had to see a new patient, we had a ridiculous amount of information to gather. Thankfully, the company gave us new laptops, so it wasn't so bad. This particular patient needed wound care on his foot and IV therapy. When I finally found his house, I pulled into his driveway, sat there for a few minutes. I had that feeling like someone was watching me. I sat there for a couple minutes thinking that I didn't want to go into his house. But I gathered my stuff and went to the door. My patient answered the door and let me in. It was a ranch home with an open concept kitchen, living room, and dining room. My patient was barefoot except his wound dressing. He went into the kitchen to wash his hands as I set up my computer and things at the dining table. I sat with my back to the living room. As I was starting up my laptop, I heard someone in heavy shoes walk down the hallway across the hardwood floors from the bedroom and then stop behind me. I had the feeling that they were standing directly behind me. I turned around to introduce myself, but no one was there. I turned around the other way and still saw no one. I looked around to see if there was a doorway that I hadn't seen. I started to feel like, what the fuck? I know someone was there. I could feel it. My patient was watching me and chuckling. He said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Oh, nothing. I thought I heard someone walk up behind me." He still had a grin on his face, and he asked me, "Are you a sensitive?" I said, "Well, kind of. Why?" He said, "Do ghosts bother you? If they do, you don't have to do this." I politely said, "No, I'm okay. Why?" All the while, my patient is still grinning. He said, "We have a ghost. You don't have to be scared. He's friendly, but he does like to screw with people." He also was into computers, so he might be wanting to see what you're doing. He's kind of protective, but I think he'll be okay with you. He's a friend of mine. I rented this place off of him and his wife. He was into construction and was always over here fixing things and hanging out with me. We had a problem with the roof. He was up there 2 years ago fixing it. He'd been up and down ladders all of his life.
We don't know what happened, but he lost his balance, getting off the roof onto the ladder, and fell headfirst onto the driveway. We called 911 and did what we could. They life-flighted him, but they said he was gone when they landed. They kept him on life support until family came into town. I don't think he knows he's dead because he never left. He's still here. We hear him walking around on the roof, in the basement, or in the house. Things move. Tools go missing. He had his heavy work boots on. You can hear him walking real easy. He always said that he wanted to die with his boots on, and he did. While he was talking, I had the strongest feeling of someone in my face, like looking over my shoulder at my computer. I told him this, and he said he was probably just wanting to check out the laptop, see what I was doing. I shrugged my shoulders and said, "Okay, well, let's do this." I was kind of intrigued, so I figured that I would just treat him like any other family member. I could feel him next to me, so strongly. I turned to where I could feel him and introduced myself, explained my laptop, and what I was going to do. As soon as I turned my attention to my patient, it felt like someone kicked my chair on the leg, so hard that it shifted a few inches. My patient laughed and said, "I told you he screws with people." This continued through the whole visit. I never felt threatened during this, but it's not something I wanted to do again. That was the last time I saw that patient. When I moved into my dorm room freshman year, it was everything that I'd hoped it would be. Small, cramped, but mine, and shared with Madison, who was as bubbly and energetic as her social media profile suggested. She was the kind of person that everybody liked instantly, with her messy blonde bun and oversized band tees that somehow made her look effortlessly cool. We weren't best friends, but we got along. I was the quiet one, and she was the one who made sure that I got out of the room once in a while. Madison's social calendar was always packed. Parties, study groups, hangouts. She didn't stay still. I, on the other hand, spent most nights in, headphones on, trying to focus on coursework. The night it happened, Madison had been out at some frat party. I remember vaguely hearing her mention it to me earlier that day, but I didn't think much of it because I obviously wasn't going. It wasn't unusual for her to come back late, usually with a story that made me laugh over breakfast. Only this time she didn't come back at all. I remember the next morning, our RA knocked on my door. She asked if I'd heard from Madison. My stomach sank. Nobody had heard from her? Hours later, we found out Madison had died in a freak accident off campus. They said that she'd been walking home alone, intoxicated, and stumbled into the street. A car hit her. It was all so sudden. Her side of the room was cleared within a few days. By the end of the week, it was just me and the emptiness where she used to be. And that's when weird stuff started to happen. The first night, I woke up to someone whispering my name. "Emily," the voice said. It was soft but insistent. I sat up. The room was dark still. Madison's bed stripped bare. It loomed like a shadow in the room. I told myself it was just my imagination, grief playing tricks on me. But then it happened again and again. Some nights I'd hear quiet sobbing. Other nights, her laughter. Faint, like it was coming from the hall, but the door was always locked. The worst was the sound of her bed creaking, like someone was shifting their weight on it. Every time I'd turn on the light, but the room was always empty. Sleep started to become impossible. When I did manage to drift off, the dreams came. Horrible, vivid dreams of Madison standing at the foot of my bed, her eyes glassy, her lips moving but nothing coming out. Sometimes her face was distorted, her body limp like a puppet. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, her name on my lips. I finally broke down and called my mom, begging her to talk to the dean about a room change. She was hesitant at first, thinking it was just stress, but I think she heard the fear in my voice, and so she promised to help. But room changes take time, weeks apparently, so I was stuck. One night, in desperation, I decided to Google Madison's name, hoping to find some sort of closure. What I found instead made me sick. A local blog had posted rumors about Madison's death. According to anonymous sources, she hadn't died on the street. She died inside the frat house. Alcohol poisoning. Instead of calling for help, they panicked. They moved her body, dumped it off campus to make it look like she'd been walking home alone. I felt sick. I'm not like a religious person or anything, but the whispers, the crying, it felt like it wasn't just grief. Like Madison wasn't just haunting the room. She was trying to tell me something. I couldn't sleep that night. When the whispers came, I didn't hide under my covers, and I didn't turn on the light. Instead, I sat up and whispered, "I know what they did, and I'm sorry." The room fell silent. The next morning, I reported the blog post to the campus authorities. A few weeks later, after an investigation, the truth finally came out. The frat was shut down. Arrests were made, and Madison's family finally got the real story. When I got the call saying that my room change had been approved, I hesitated. The haunting had stopped. Madison was all but gone. The room was just a room again, but with memories. So I decided to stay. I grew up in a small town in northern Minnesota, the kind of place where the woods start right at the edge of your backyard and stretch on forever. My family wasn't big on technology, so my childhood was mostly spent outside, building forts, climbing trees, and running wild until the sun went down. I was about 10 when my dad decided I was old enough for my first solo camping trip. Not far, just past the creek behind our house, maybe a mile or two in. I'd camped plenty of times before with him and my older brothers, but this was a test, a way to prove I could handle myself. He helped me pack a small tent, a sleeping bag, and just enough food for a night. I wasn't scared. If anything, I was excited. I remember hiking in with no trouble, picking a spot in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The trees were thick enough to block most of the sky, but there was still enough moonlight filtering through that I could see without a flashlight. I set up camp, ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and crawled into my sleeping bag feeling pretty proud of myself. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not to a sound exactly, more like the absence of sound. The woods are never quiet, not even at night. There's always crickets, owls, rustling of leaves and the wind. But when I opened my eyes, it was dead silent. But then I heard something. I heard someone breathing. It creeped me out because it didn't sound particularly close, but it wasn't far away either. Why could I hear it? Somewhere in the trees, just beyond my line of sight, was something. Something making slow, deliberate inhales and exhales, like whatever it was wanted to be heard. My first thought was a bear. My dad had told me what to do in that situation. Stay still, don't make sudden movements, let it pass. But then, between those heavy breaths, I heard something else. A voice. It was quiet. Almost a whisper, but clear enough that I could make out the words. "I see you." Every hair on my body stood up. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. I told myself it's gotta be the wind, maybe even a dream, so I pinched myself. But then, just as I started to believe it could be a dream, the voice came again, closer. "Come out now." I shot up, heart pounding so hard I thought that I might shake the tent. I wanted to run, but every part of me screamed, "Don't move." The zipper on my tent was just inches away, but I couldn't bring myself to reach for it. Then the breathing stopped, and the forest came back to life. Crickets, wind, the distant hoot of an owl, like someone had just flipped a switch. I sat there, frozen, until the first hint of dawn crept through the trees. Only then did I finally gather the courage to unzip the tent and step outside. Nothing was there. No footprints, no broken branches, just the woods, looking the same as they always had. I packed up my things and hiked back home without stopping once. My dad asked how it went. I told him it was fine. I asked him if he'd paid me a visit. He looked at me, confused. I never mentioned the voice. I still don't know what I heard that night. I have spent plenty of time in the woods since then, but I've never camped alone again. Sometimes even now, when I wake up in the middle of the night, if it's silent, it's eerie to me. I need noise. I just think about the slow, deliberate breathing just outside my tent. Several years ago, I worked at a value village on Evergreen Way when I was just released from prison for armed robbery. Value Village is a secondhand store, a good part-time job. It helped me maintain my sobriety. I was able to obtain a steady income and get off the streets after saving my first 2 paychecks. I met the only couple of people that have ever been kind to me there. My boss, Anthony, and my closing partner, TT, aka Little T or T. Rest in peace, T. This story takes place probably 15, 17 years ago, and she was as close to dust as you could get when I met her. The bad part, this value village was as haunted could be. I do believe that now. The city itself, it's a miserable mess. Maybe it was the city that was haunted, and the ghost just waltzed around wherever. I'm pretty sure that every community has a well-off part of town and a poor part of town. This area is at the very tip of the poor spectrum. You can't get much more grimy than Evergreen Way. A random night, as a closer, is close to the end of the night. No more shoppers. I'm cleaning aisles and reorganizing the items that people decided they didn't want but couldn't bother to bring themselves to put it where they found it. T's out on a smoke break. I'm close to the front of the store. While I'm sweeping around the jewelry section, I hear a very familiar squeak. I look up, and I see one of the shopping carts slowly moving down an aisle 3 or 4 rows down. All of the carts had these long red poles connected to them to deter people from shoplifting or taking the carts altogether. I stand there, and I watch this thing squeak from one end to the other before coming to a stop. Again, I'm at the front of the store. I would have seen someone enter. Still, I say, "Hello?" But nobody answers, so I return to what I was doing. A few seconds later, when my back's turned away, the distant wheel began to clunk and squeak again. I spin around. I watch the same shopping cart moving back just as slowly as it had the first time. That makes the hair stand up on my arms. Holding the broom like a katana, I walk to the aisle that the carts were sitting in. When I get there, the aisles are empty. Panning my head around, I quickly notice that a lot of shopping carts are slowly moving, coming to life. Moving in various directions in the aisle. I decided I didn't really want any part of what was going on there, so I turned around. This didn't help me from screaming like a child, though. As I turned to walk away, I could hear the carts escalating in speed behind me. I let out a yip more cowardly than I'd like to admit as I left the aisle with the carts. Right around the corner is T. I practically collided with her and we both screamed. She asked me what the hell I was doing running around and making noise. I told her straight up, "Those shopping carts are possessed." Without hesitation, I walked her over to turn the corner into the possessed aisle. Of course, they weren't moving. But that's when T says, "Yo, I know." Apparently, this has happened to her a few times. Why she never told me, I don't know. But now, she told me she'd practically been hit with these carts in the past, that they'd clipped the back of her legs one night while working alone. As she's telling me this, several red poles of several shopping carts begin to vibrate and shake. The two of us stood there, watching as the shopping carts continued to tremble. It was like an invisible force was forcefully trying to communicate with us through these objects. T and I exchanged a couple of glances, mine more nervous than hers. Even with the moral support of someone else, I didn't know what to do next. As the vibrations intensified, T suddenly spoke out. When I gave her a look like, "What the hell are you doing?" she told me that she knew this place was haunted. She said as much, and then she asked the ghosts to talk to her. Followed it up with, "What do you need?" I'll give her some credit. It took me from scared to entertained pretty quick. It's hard to say exactly what I believed in that moment, but I certainly didn't think I was going to be speaking with ghosts. T stuck out her arms in front of her, as if she knew what was going to happen next. To my personal astonishment, at the same time the vibrations ceased. The carts were becoming still. It was as if they were waiting for whatever T was doing. I noticed her eyes were closed. I watched as she took a deep breath and began speaking softly. At the moment, though, it just kind of looked like something crazy. Before I knew it, she was whacking me on the shoulder and whispering for me to close my eyes. So I did. And T was asking questions, whispering things and being still. Took everything in me to keep my eyes closed and show some patience. I heard the rustling of tags hanging on items nearby. The air felt different, and I couldn't help it. I couldn't keep my eyes closed any longer. I opened my eyes the moment I heard a faint whisper echo through the space. It was barely audible, but distinct enough for me to hear. It said, "Harper." Well, I thought it said Harper, but after scolding me for opening my eyes, T said that she was sure it said, "Help her." For a moment, we lightly argued about what the voice could have said, but I was feeling increasingly more uncomfortable. It's not like it was malevolence I felt, but I wasn't experienced in talking with ghosts. Long story short, I wanted to go home. In a series of whispers and my inability to distinguish T's from the spirits, I asked that we speed this along and get to finishing closing. T asked if I wanted to just go, that she would stay behind. I considered it, but she laughed, saying that all the whispers had subsided anyway, jokingly blaming me for scaring them away. That night, T told me about her various experiences in the store, and then she told me that if I could hear those whispers too, it likely wouldn't be the last time that I experienced something. And well, T, rest in peace, my friend. And though I know you're not around to know it, I don't know how these things work. You were right. Fast forward, I still live in the same town 15 plus years later, and the store itself still exists. I work for the company that's hired to do landscaping for this portion of the city, and one day over the last year I decided to pop inside to see my old boss. I wanted to see if he was working. He was always a great person. Wanted to chat with him as possible. Honestly, I just had this odd feeling to go visit him before leaving town that day. On my way inside, I see him walking from the back of the store. He gives me a wave through the glass windows. He smiles, and then takes a hard right, out of view. When I get inside, I don't immediately see him anywhere. I ask around. One gal doesn't even know who I'm talking about, but another one does. She asks how I knew Anthony, and I told her the whole story, and she regrets to inform me that Anthony passed away. Heart failure. He had died at work. I asked the gal if she was absolutely positive we were talking about the same guy, the same Anthony. She told me that he's the only one she ever knew to manage the store for multiple years. She repeated his last name back to me, and it was Anthony. So, who did I see? I looked throughout the store, hung around far too long, trying to see if anyone matching his exact description was in the store. No such luck. I've accepted that I saw Anthony. I can't explain it, but I can't very well explain what happened in that store with me and T either. And just because I can't fully understand it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Thanks for reading. If you have similar experiences, I'd really like to hear them. Or I guess just know that you're not alone in yours. These stories were told to me and my siblings by our dad. Me and my twin were 11 or 12 at the time, so I'll be going off memory. Anyway, my dad was a wild card when he was young, and he thought that a spooky graveyard was the ideal date spot like most people back in those days. The Bull's Lament. There was once a farmer who had a prized bull in life. The farmer loved the bull so much that when he died, he wanted the bull to be killed and buried beside him. He also wanted a monument of the proud bull placed over their graves to watch over them for all eternity. Most folk during that time thought the farmer was crazed for thinking such a wish, yet that didn't stop them from honoring his wish. When the farmer passed, the bull was put down and placed right beside him. The monument was then placed over them, just as the farmer wished. I'm not sure how many years went by until my dad's experience, so I apologize for not having any idea when it happened, possibly when he was in his early to mid-20s. My dad liked to hang out in the nearby graveyard with several of his friends. It was like their own playground where they could just play army men and pranks. One night in particular, he and one of my uncles were just relaxing until they heard it. The sound of a bull crying out, either in anger or anguish. They looked at one another and decided to see where it came from. They followed the noise to the monument, only to find nothing. It was then that they heard the bull roar somewhere nearby, before the sound of charging hooves running towards them. Dad said they ran the hell out of the graveyard and back to their car. The man in a top hat and cape. Another story my dad told me happened when he and one of my uncles took their dates to the graveyard. They parked their car in one of the turnoffs and proceeded to make their own lover's lane. Things were getting serious when one of their dates noticed a green fog begin surrounding their car. All four of them sat frozen, watching the mist grow even further in thickness. Soon, they began to hear strange thuds striking the car. It was then that Dad decided to turn the key and get out of there as soon as possible. He was then surprised to find a man dressed in a top hat and a cape standing directly in front of their car, smiling at them. The thudding on the car began to become even worse, scaring their dates. Dad hit the gas pedal and drove forward directly toward the man, hoping that he would move out of the way. Instead of moving, the man stood still, allowing the car to drive through him. Dad stopped the car some distance past where the man had stood and looked through the back window. To his surprise, he saw the man still standing there, unharmed with the same grin. The man began to gesture for Dad to try again, but Dad decided to just drive out of there for several miles in silence. As I said, I was either 11 or 12, so I'm going off of memory. I don't remember the name of the cemetery, but I do remember being told many other experiences from what happened, aside from these two stories. I'll have to share those next. So I moved in with my first girlfriend, but I may have gotten in over my head. She believes in ghosts, horoscopes, psychics, all that stuff. I thought it was cute until she said she had a demonic spirit attached to her. And just to be clear, I didn't believe it, but I believed that she believed it. You see what I'm saying? As far as she's concerned, there's genuinely a demonic presence connected to her. Yet she chose to drop that bombshell on our first night living together. That's messed up either way, right? But I didn't want to fight, so I tried to avoid the subject entirely. It wasn't so bad when she explained what to do should she start sleepwalking or having a nightmare. But then she started talking about speaking Latin or walking around with a weapon. I'm sorry, what? No. We'd already been together for over a year. She never mentioned a word about any of this. Yet now I had to worry about being attacked in my sleep. It felt like my life was in danger. But then 4 months went by and nothing happened. Our relationship was doing really well. Then I woke up to see her standing over me, 2 o'clock in the morning. She looked like a corpse, pale, stiff, and slack-jawed. I said her name, but she didn't react at all. She just kept looking down at me with a blank stare. Her eyes were cold and lifeless. It took me sitting her down and calling her name several times before she came around. Once she did, she had no memory of standing over me. We went back to sleep without ever really talking about it in detail. And 3 nights later, I woke up to Cassie having some kind of seizure. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she convulsed for I don't know how long. I did everything as previously instructed, and she came around fairly quickly. She didn't talk about it to the extent I wanted, but she warned me the next few weeks might get intense. I really didn't know what to think. She isn't much for practical jokes, and she's definitely not the type to fake something for attention. Well, I didn't have long to wonder. A couple of nights later, I woke up to the sound of soft whimpers. It reminded me of when you try to scream in your dreams, but nothing comes out. I intended to wake her up, but her eyes were wide open, fixated to the ceiling, with a look of pure horror on her face. I followed her gaze, still half asleep myself, and I let out my own startled scream at the sight of a large black figure looming over us. Its head was nearly touching the ceiling as its long body stretched down to the floor on Cassie's side of the bed. I flailed around so hard that I fell onto the floor myself, taking the lamp with me. When I finally got a light on, we were alone in the room, but I know what I saw. It wasn't a dream. My girlfriend was still staring straight up where the figure had been, and she remained in an almost trance-like state until I pulled her upright. Once she snapped out of it, she began apologizing and crying. I felt helpless. On one hand, she clearly wasn't faking or mislabeling whatever had just happened. But I was a lifelong skeptic. What did all this mean? Once Cassie calmed down, I was able to think a little more clearly, and I searched the house, just in case someone was inside. They weren't. Not a single item was out of place, and the house remained locked tight. At that point, it was almost 4, so we just made coffee and stayed awake. But nothing else happened until later the following evening. We were watching a movie in the living room when a picture frame fell from the mantel and shattered. We don't have any pets. There was no air blowing or any draft. And that photo had been sitting there since the day we moved in, without issue. I wasn't ready to blame it on a demon quite yet, but Cassie was certain. Then, in the middle of discussing it, the bathroom door opened slowly by itself. It's an old house. Every door and floor creaks just a little different, and I recognized the sound before I saw it. Sure enough, it had opened all the way and came to a stop against the back wall. As we stared into the empty room, the lights began to flicker. I went towards it, but Cassie pulled me away, saying the best thing we could do was ignore it. Still, I can't just ignore something like that so easily. A few hours later, she'd fallen asleep watching YouTube, so I returned to the guest bathroom to find the door shut and the lights off. But we hadn't shut the door. Over the following week, we had a bunch of minor incidents like this, along with strange banging and other noises, but the thing that broke me happened closer to 2 weeks later. I was finishing a movie on the couch while Cassie slept. I suddenly began hearing voices. One belonged to my girlfriend, but she sounded almost childlike, pleading, while the other sounded completely inhuman. I couldn't make out any of the words it was saying. The voice was too low and distorted. If we had cameras, I would think that someone with a voice changer hacked us, but we don't have anything like that. Trust me, I know exactly how easy it is to write this stuff off as someone's inability to understand the range of a human's voice, but this was not a person, and it definitely was not my girlfriend. I ran to the bedroom to see another tall, hulking figure who was looming over her. I froze in the doorway. She was sitting up, leaning against the headboard and hugging her knees, sobbing. I could hear what they were saying now, but the demon's words weren't English. It was unlike any language I've ever heard. I've never seen someone so frightened, so desperate to escape. Cassie would have backed straight through the wall if the headboard wasn't in her way. I ran into the room on pure instinct and adrenaline, hitting the lights as I went. As they came on, the dark figure vanished into thin air, while I was knocked backwards as something collided with my shoulder. Before I could even process that, Cassie started calling my name, snapped me out of my stupor. It took a minute to calm her down. We stayed up for most of the night, and it was really hard for me to re-examine everything from a believer's perspective. It was like having two different people in my head, each arguing their own indisputable yet opposing facts. That was a few days ago now. Nothing else has happened, and I'm not allowed to talk about it anymore, lest it feeds the demon more energy. But I can't have this major shift in my belief system and just not talk about it, ever. If ignoring it is the only way to make it go away again, then I'd love to do just that. But I can't ignore it until I've come to terms with it first. Hopefully, this does that. I know there's people with similar experiences out there, and I hope this reaches some of you. Cassie would kill me if she found out I posted this, but what else could I do if she won't talk about it? A few years back, I was dating this girl. She told me her parents' house was haunted. Skeptical as I was, I thought she was playing with me. Then she told me that there was an evil persona that would take over her body sometimes, damage her physically. She'd wake up bleeding, totally oblivious of how she got those cuts or what just happened. I thought this was just her way of trying to get attention or needing help. I didn't really believe her story, although I tried to help and comfort her any way I could. All of that changed anyway when I started sleeping over. It changed because strange things would almost always occur at night. These experiences all occurred when my ex and me, usually the dog too, were alone in the house. It started with her laptop randomly turning on in the middle of the night and actually logging into their account. Shortly after, I started to hear things as well. Footsteps coming from the ceiling or roof, right above the bed we slept in. Not a ticking sound like a mouse makes, but actual thuds, like a human was casually walking circles on the roof. A few days after, I heard a dog barking downstairs. The family dog was a boxer, but I heard a high-pitched arf instead of a low roof. I went downstairs, but I saw nothing special. The boxer was sleeping peacefully in his kennel in the kitchen. I returned to the bedroom and saw my ex in bed, sitting up straight and with both arms bleeding. I had seen the fresh wounds before, so that was nothing new for me. Really sad to see, but nothing new. What startled me to death is that she had her eyes closed, like she was still sleeping, but her mouth was wide open, as if she were screaming her lungs out. But she wasn't. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. A few nights later, we were in bed sleeping together again. and I woke up to my ex trying to climb over me, mumbling, "Break, glass." As the situation in the house was starting to freak me out, I felt the urge to protect myself. I grabbed my ex by the shoulders and yelled, "What are you trying to do?" My ex woke up, but a second later we heard a loud tack and the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen. I went downstairs to look and saw the locked cupboard wide open, and on the floor, shards of what used to be 2 long drink glasses. I cleaned up the mess, walked back upstairs, and found my ex sleeping as if nothing had happened. Once, something strange happened in the middle of the day. We were upstairs in my ex's bedroom, and her father was working in the garage. Nobody else was home. We went to be physical. We made sure the bedroom door was closed. Then, in the heat of the moment, the door flew open, hard, as if someone kicked it in, except there was nobody there. I do remember feeling a slight breeze, and the next moment, her bedroom window shattered into pieces. That kinda killed the mood, to be honest. Shortly after this, we broke up, and some strange things happened to me, but nothing like what happened to her or while we were together. But it did get me interested in the paranormal, spirituality, and finding out what else is with us. I was once working nights at a hospital for patients with severe mental issues. Very few of the patients were actually physically sick as much, so we often had very little to do throughout the midnight hours. So one night, somebody brought in a Ouija board and a few of us huddled around to ask questions of the spirits. I was very skeptical about it, until the glass we were using suddenly flew off the table and smashed against the wall. That was unnerving, to say the least, and I've never personally used one since. However, that's not really the story I wanted to tell you. This one belongs to my mother. My late mother was an absolutely no-nonsense kind of woman, aka a harden. She wasn't one known for her sense of humor, and certainly wasn't one to tell fanciful tales. So, I've no reason to doubt her word. My mother was a divorcee when she met my father, and it was she who divorced her first husband, Frank. This was in the 1930s. Frank was a bookie and was often out of the house taking bets at places all over town. One night, when my mother had been left alone again, she decided to pop over the road to visit a neighbor friend of hers. They had a few drinks together. Then the woman brought out a Ouija board, and they decided to ask questions of it. My mother couldn't really think of questions to ask, but finally decided to ask where her husband, Frank, was, knowing full well that he was at his office. However, the board replied that he was at a local dance hall. My mother was shocked and asked further questions. What is he doing? Who is he with? Etc. The board told her that he was there with a woman, and further revealed that they were having an affair together. My mother, not one to sit back and do nothing, immediately grabbed her coat and dashed out to the dance hall, hoping, of course, that the board was not telling the truth. However, it had been, and my mother found Frank and his girlfriend there and confronted the pair. I can only imagine the scene she created. Her voice, when raised, could compete with any fighter jet taking off. She immediately filed for divorce. From then on, she always blamed the Ouija board for destroying her marriage. But I don't know. I like to think that it helped her. I'm sure you get this a lot, where people try to plead their sanity, tell you what a reasonable person they are. I think I finally understand the need to do that. I'm starting this by saying I'm a very reasonable person. I have a spreadsheet for my grocery list, if that helps. I've never once felt the urge to knock on wood or throw salt over my shoulder or do any of
the other small superstitions that reasonable people pretend they don't do. I really do approach life empirically. I vote, I floss, I have an ISA. I guess I'm telling you this because what I'm about to describe really is going to sound like the behavior of someone who's none of those things. And I just want you to understand the baseline before we get into it. The building was a post office. It's not even a historic post office. It's not one with a plaque outside or a Wikipedia entry or any of the hallmarks of a place that's earned the right to be strange. A post office in a mid-sized city in Ohio that has been a post office since approximately forever and smelled like every post office in America has ever smelled. It had the same fluorescent light situation that suggests the bulbs are replaced by someone who actively resents the concept of adequate illumination. The whole reason I was there was to ship a package. A birthday gift from my aunt that I'd procrastinated on and was now paying for a flat-rate box in a queue that hadn't moved in 11 minutes. The feeling, well, that started around 8 minutes in. It wasn't dread exactly, more like this discomfort. A specific discomfort of being in a room where you've interrupted something. It was that social register of walking into the wrong moment at a party and everyone knows it and you don't yet. Except I was in a post office in Ohio and there were 7 other people in line and none of them were looking at me. But something was. I did what any empirical person does when they feel irrational. I ignored it aggressively. I checked my phone. I read the poster about passport applications 3 times. I became briefly and intensely interested in the priority mail rate chart. The feeling continued with complete indifference to my coping strategies, though, which I found personally offensive. By minute 13, I had the distinct sensation of something standing directly behind me. I turned around. There was a man in a beige jacket holding a bubble mailer who looked extremely surprised to suddenly be the subject of my full attention. I apologized. He said it was fine, in a tone of someone for whom it was not entirely fine. I turned back around and the feeling was still there. The man in the beige jacket was now definitely standing further away from me than he had before. He definitely hadn't gotten closer, but something had. I shipped my package. I left. I told myself the story I needed to tell myself, which was post offices are just stressful environments. I'd been standing still for too long, and that's probably why I felt a sensation on my back. My nervous system doing things before consulting me. Completely reasonable. Totally fine. I thought about the post office for several hours. When I got home, couldn't shake the feeling that something was on my shoulder. A scratch, maybe. A bug bite. I peeled my shirt back and I took a look in the mirror. 3 small scratches. No blood, just raised skin. It felt almost exactly where I'd thought someone had touched me earlier, at the post office. Of course, that didn't make me stop thinking about the post office. I just kept thinking about it for 6 days straight. I wouldn't say that it was obsessively, just my normal functionality throughout. I went to work, I had meals, I watched television without incident, but underneath all of that, with the persistence of a song that you can't locate the source of, the post office was there. This quality of the feeling, it was strange. It was the certainty of being watched by something that had no face that I was ever going to be able to find. But it had touched me. On day 7, I drove past the post office again. I told myself I was running errands in that direction anyway, which was partially true in the sense that I could have been running errands in that direction if I'd needed to, which I didn't. I drove past it slowly. I looked at the building, and the building looked back at me. Buildings aren't supposed to look back at people, but this one did. I drove home and sat in my car in my own driveway for quite some time. That night, something was in my bedroom. I know how that sounds. It sounds insane. It sounded insane to me at the time, and I was the one experiencing it, which didn't make it easier. It wasn't visible, whatever was there. I turned the light on approximately 11 times to check, which in retrospect was the useless thing that I did, and I find most embarrassing in hindsight. As if whatever it was would have been deterred by a 40-watt bulb. As if I was going to turn on the light and see it standing there looking sheepish and say, "All right, you'll need to leave now." I've turned on the light. The light did nothing. Whatever was in my room regardless of the photon situation. And it stayed there until somewhere around 3 a.m, when the quality of the darkness, it changed, and I understood that it was gone. I slept for 2 hours and then I drove back to the post office. I'm not proud of this. I'll be clear. In retrospect, I understand this was exactly the wrong thing to do. When something follows you home from a location, the correct response is not to return to the location. This is not complicated. I knew it wasn't complicated at the time. I went anyway, because I'm apparently the kind of person who, when the horror movie character runs toward the basement, nods along sympathetically. I stood outside the building at 7:45 a.m. before it opened. I looked at it, and I said out loud to the post office in Ohio, "What do you want?" The automatic doors opened. They're motion activated. I knew they were motion activated. There was no one inside. It was before opening. The lights were still on the overnight setting. The lobby empty. The doors opened because that's what motion-activated doors do when someone breaks the sensor threshold. I'm completely aware of this. I walked in anyway. The lobby was empty and still, and smelled like every other post office. The feeling from 8 days earlier arrived immediately and completely. The same frequency. The same certainty of being in the room with something that had noticed me. I stood in the middle of the empty lobby at 7:46 a.m. And there I felt whatever it was move around me the way that rain or wind moves around. Purposeful and indifferent simultaneously. Then the motion stopped. Everything just stopped. It was less of a release and more of a decision. Something that had been attending to me for 8 days simply withdrew its attention. The way you stop watching something that has stopped being interesting. I stood in the empty lobby and I felt it go, and then I was just a person standing in the post office before it opened, which is a sentence that sounds insane and is also exactly what happened. I've not thought about the post office involuntarily since that morning. Whatever it wanted from me, or whatever I represented to it, apparently concluded. I drove home, made coffee, went to work, and lived my life. I did switch post offices, though. There's one closer to my house anyway, technically. More convenient, better parking, completely normal fluorescent lighting situation. I have no feelings about it whatsoever. I'd like to keep it that way. After all, I'm a very reasonable person. Rosie's my first dog. I got her a few years ago, right after I'd moved out of my parents' house. It was the perfect time to find a companion of my own, and I didn't even know it at the time. I shouldn't say Rosie was my first dog, because my parents had a few dogs growing up, but Rosie was my first dog. A friend I got to pick out and name. Well, not really pick out, she kind of picked me. Arrived on my doorstep like she'd already been living there. One early August morning, I opened the door and she strolled right in without the need for an invitation. She didn't have any sort of identification, No collar, no tags, no chip. I found that out after taking her to the vet, but overall, she got a clean bill of health. In a last attempt to make contact with her owner, I hung up signs all around the neighborhood with an above-average-looking found dog flyer that I'd made on Canva. Her picture was posted all over town for 2 weeks with nobody calling about her. Then, as the pictures started to fade in the summer sun, I felt fully comfortable calling her mine and getting attached to her after that walk. We shared a little treat to celebrate when we got home. She's no small girl. Rosie's clearly a rotty mix with a bark that can make my ears ring from a room away, and very protective. Good protective. The kind of loyalty that they can't teach at a training class. Though, I believe every new dog owner should go through a training class to be a responsible owner. Rosie didn't need the classes, and I'm not just saying that. She's always been calm, never barked uncontrollably. She doesn't sit, but she just stays when I tell her to. There's intelligence behind those eyes. There's been 2 times that I've heard her really growl at something, and the first time it happened, I saw an intelligence in her eyes that had been reacting before I'd even registered a threat. We were on the trail that we'd walked countless times, a loop around a park that's probably a mile or so to complete. It's dusk, and we're on the furthest part of the loop that you can be on from the parking lot. There, the trees open to a picturesque landscape that looks out over the forest. It goes without saying that catching this view at the perfect time during sunset is like walking into a vintage Disney painting. You almost expect the animals to be dancing and singing with how magical it looks. But right when we got there, Rosie started tugging on her leash, pulling me toward a specific bush that was a few yards off the path. Like she'd gotten a scent of a rabbit or something, but she never acted like that before. And I'm sure that she's able to smell a lot of animals and never focused her attention in such an intense way. She drags me over there and then turns into a straight-up attack dog, standing in front of me, putting herself between me and the big leafy shrubs. The soft tug on her leash usually got her back on track, but she ignored my commands and gestures, infatuated with whatever was in there. As she'd never acted like this before, it got me thinking, what the hell kind of animal has her acting crazy like that? So I take out my cell phone light, and I toss its beam straight into the branches. The eyes I caught looking back at me, they weren't an animal. They were human. Wide-eyed, like he was surprised he'd gotten caught. I remember the taste of panic that filled my throat. There was a full-grown man hiding in the bushes. I didn't know why he was in the foliage next to a secluded hiking trail, but I had a pretty good idea. He says, "Oh, I'm looking for my keys." He obviously wasn't. It was a lie that sounded on the spot, and we both knew it. The question was, which of us was going to call the bluff first? Rosie stood between us. My sweet, quiet girl, who usually wouldn't bark at a passing squirrel, turned into a silent wall of muscle and barred teeth. She saved me, plain and simple. I always knew if something real ever threatened us, Rosie would protect me. She and I walked backwards on the trail until we couldn't see the bushes anymore. Then I had us basically sprint the rest of the way to the parking lot. I called the cops to let them know about the creep on the trail, but I never got a follow-up. I hope Rosie scared him enough to change his plans. So that was the first time I'd seen Rosie go buck like that. And ever since then, it's like we have a telepathic level of communication. I trust my girl has intent behind her actions. Some people, especially cat people, would say that I'm giving her too much credit. And some people, especially dog people, understand that some dogs act like they're on the cusp of genius intuition. And that means if a dog likes you, you've most likely got a good spirit. If dogs don't trust you, It's probably best that I don't either, because there's something deeper that I'm not seeing yet. I didn't need to be convinced the guy in the bushes was a bad man, but Rosie was so on it that she didn't allow the bad man to prove he was bad. Her aggression disarmed the situation before anyone knew one existed. I'm frantically noting all of this first to explain the best I can that Rosie isn't an average barking dog that spooks easily. So, 10 minutes ago, it started. Rosie hasn't moved from the foot of the bed. Her back is rigid, her tail tucked, and every hair on her spine is standing up. She zeroed in at the closet door and making that same low rumble deep in her chest, the one that she'd made at the man on the trail. I've already checked it. I grabbed a golf club and turned on every light in the room first. Then I swung the closet door wide open. There's nothing in there. Just my clothes, winter coats, and shoe boxes. I told her to come inspect it, but she wouldn't go anywhere near the door. So I closed it up and got back into bed. But Rosie still hasn't stopped. Her eyes are fixed on a space right at eye level, like she's been tracking something invisible as it slowly moves around the room. She just let out a boom bark and lunged at something from the edge of the bed. This is really scaring me, because I know what it means, but I don't know why. Oh, God. Closet door just swung back open, so I gotta go. Update. Yeah, so the closet's empty. There's nothing in the closet. But clearly, there's something in the closet.
My purpose behind sharing this is not to depress anyone, so don't go getting all sad right off the bat. Actually, no, this is how we're going to do it. I'll tell you the end of my story first, and then we'll go back to the beginning. On my 11th birthday, my Aunt Becky and Uncle Ted adopted me at a California courthouse, brought me to Montana where I grew up healthy, happy, and not holding any baggage into my 30s. The end. Now, from the top. I was watching the Kids' Choice Awards on Nickelodeon. Amanda Bynes is on stage accepting an award. The place I called home was a sweltering hot trailer. The air conditioning never worked as long as I could remember. I always used to fiddle with the knobs and smack the side of the metal box, thinking maybe this one time and this one combination of turns and taps will work. I'd sit there for hours tinkering with it, like it was a video game cheat code that would energize it back to life again. But I was never really that good at Nintendo when I played over at my friend's house, and I was never able to activate the unbreak code for the AC unit. That night was especially unbearable, and I'd opened up all the windows in the house when I'd gotten home from school that day, but nothing seemed to cool the trailer down. The award show went to a commercial break, and I hung my head out the open window, hoping a breeze would cool the sweat dripping down my forehead. The TV was louder than it needed to be in order to combat the noise of traffic outside. I also thought that I was home alone because I hadn't seen my mom all day. Her not being there was nothing new. I'd been essentially raising myself since I could dress myself. So when I pulled my head back in, and I saw her standing just out of the TV's light, back by her bedroom door, I was initially startled. But then she spoke to me, and she sounded just like she did when she was sober. It was a cadence that I couldn't pin down how or why it rang differently at first, but it had the ability to transport my 10-year-old self to 4 years prior. I didn't know I'd forgotten the way her soft, natural voice sounded until I heard it again. I turned down the TV with the remote as she said, "Claire Bear, you're the best thing that ever happened to me. I love you." Then she asked me if I could give 999 a bell for her. The phone was on a black ottoman we used as a coffee table. I grabbed it and started dialing. I hadn't thought to ask why I was calling until there was an operator on the other line asking me the same question. I turned back to see that my mom's no longer standing there. So, in a stammer, I tell them, "I don't know. My mom asked me to call, but she went back into the bedroom. They asked if she was hurt. Truthfully, I hadn't gotten the best look at her. The bright screen of the TV took away any potential for my eyes to adjust to seeing in the dark. But I said no because she sounded fine. They asked if anyone else was there. I tell them I don't know. I didn't think that my mom was even here until a couple of seconds ago. I give them my name, my mom's name, and our address. Instead of disconnecting, the operator asks to stay on the line with me until emergency services arrive. Then I'm asked if I can enter the bedroom where my mom was to give her the phone. I got up from the couch and walked over to her room, but when I tried to go in, the handle would turn, but the door wouldn't budge. It was like something heavy on the other side had prevented me from entering. So I started knocking and calling out, "Mom, 999's on the phone and they need to talk to you." After a minute, I stopped knocking and pressed my ear against the wood of the door. I wanted to listen for any indication of what was going on in there. It was cold against my cheek, and the chill felt nice against my skin. My mom was singing in a whisper, like lullabies sung to a baby. For the life of me, I wouldn't be able to remember the specific tune, but I used to love when she'd sing around the house. It was barely audible, but when I heard it, I started pounding on that door again. When I stopped to listen again, the singing had stopped, but there weren't any other sounds of movement, and the door stayed unbudging with my efforts. I went back to sit on the couch, but had to hop back up again because the medics had just shown up. When I opened the door to the trailer to let them in, I made eye contact with a neighbor standing outside, an old nom vet whose name I can't remember, but the colorful ambulance lights had alerted everyone in the park, and they'd come out of their homes to be nosy. 2 medics ran in. They looked like kids. I'm not sure what age you have to be to work as a paramedic, but the guys that rushed in, they looked like they were still in high school. The bedroom was a skip from where they came in, and when they got to the bedroom, I expected these kids to struggle with the door, but it opened right away for them. Before I could start to walk toward the door, a 3rd medic had come inside just in time to stop me from following them into the bedroom. They grabbed a blanket from the couch, and I was led outside. The paramedic with me was older than the other 2. His glasses hung low on his nose, and he slightly resembled the librarian that worked at my school. He was sweet, even made me laugh once, but despite his best efforts to distract me from what was going on, I knew when the paramedics rolled a stretcher past us, they'd covered her with a sheet like the movies. I knew exactly what I was looking at, but it didn't seem real. It couldn't have been my mom. She was just singing minutes ago. She was the one that told me to call. I ran into the trailer and into the bedroom before I could be stopped again, though I wish I had been. I wish that sweet old man would have grabbed my arm one more time, but I moved too quick. He caught up with me, but not before I saw my mom's blood splattered on the walls and carpet. Her room was torn apart like a struggle had happened. The mirror on her vanity was shattered. Drawers and clothes were thrown everywhere. There was a large dark pool of blood that soaked into the fabric of the white comforter on the bed. The plastic blinds above her window were torn down, and the window itself was pushed fully open. That's where they believe her attacker entered and exited from. The autopsy report said that along with multiple blunt force traumas that she'd experienced, she'd also been shot. It was presumed that she died earlier that day, most likely while I was at school. And to this day, her killer was never caught. The case went cold and has never been followed up on. I used to live alone in a small studio apartment. Nothing fancy, just a single room with a bed against one wall, a tiny kitchenette, and a window that overlooked a quiet street. It wasn't an old building, no tragic history or urban legends that I knew of, just an average place, the kind you'd barely remember after moving out, except for the whispering. The first time it happened, I was half asleep, drifting in and out of dreams, when I felt it, something murmuring softly in my ear. A low, breathy sound, unintelligible but right there. It wasn't the distant hum of the city outside or the neighbors through the walls. This was close, way too close. I startled awake, blinking into the dark, but the room was silent. Just the soft whir of the mini fridge and the occasional creak from the pipes. Probably just my imagination, I told myself. Some weird trick of my half-conscious mind. I turned over, pulled the blanket higher, and went back to sleep. But then it happened again. This time it yanked me awake. Not just the sound, the sensation. A rush of warm breath, tickling the fine hairs on my ear. My whole body went rigid. The whisper was gone the second my eyes snapped open, but I'd felt it. A physical presence, like someone had been there. I sat up. My apartment was small. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. Still, I scanned the room. My gaze flickering from the bathroom door to the shadowed corners near my bookshelf. Nothing. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was a lingering dream. Maybe the sensation was just my own pulse in my ear. Another trick, this time of my nervous system. Maybe. But the next time, I knew for sure. I'd gone to bed uneasy, my thoughts cycling back to those strange wake-ups. I told myself I was just on edge, that I'd be fine if I'd stopped thinking about it. But deep down, I was waiting for it to happen again. And it did. A whisper, not words, just a low, urgent sound. But this time, I wasn't groggy. This time I woke up fully, instantly, and I wasn't alone. I didn't see anything, not exactly, but I felt it. Something standing at the side of my bed. Not just an impression, not just paranoia. There was weight to the air, a pressure, like the presence of someone looming too close. My whole body locked up and I didn't move. I don't even think I was breathing. I just stared at the ceiling, heart pounding, every inch of me screaming to run, to move, to do anything. But I couldn't. Then the whisper came back. Not at my ear this time. Above me, like someone leaning over. I bolted upright, gasping, and slapped the light on so fast I nearly knocked the lamp over. The room was empty. Completely, utterly empty. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I turned the TV on, let the voices fill the room, forced myself to stay awake until the sun came up. And after that, it never happened again. Not the next night, not ever. Like it knew that I'd really felt it this time. Like whatever had been whispering to me had been waiting for me to wake up fully, to notice it. And once I did, it was done. I still think about it sometimes, wondering if it was sleep paralysis or some sort of glitch, some kind of waking dream. But I know what I felt. And I know that for those last few seconds, I wasn't alone in that room. I was working the night shift at a hospital downtown. Not medical staff, just part of the facilities team. I handled basic maintenance, answering calls about jammed doors or flickering lights, that sort of thing. It was decent money, and most nights were quiet. This one night, though, wasn't. There's a wing of the hospital that's been under renovation for years. Budget cuts, contractor issues. Nobody can seem to finish it. It's on the 4th floor, and technically no one's supposed to be up there. But one of the nurses called down around 11:45, saying she heard something banging near the stairwell door up there, and she wanted someone to check it out. I asked if security could handle it, but she sounded uneasy, said she'd already tried calling them. No answer. So I grabbed my badge and keys and took the elevator up. I ran into Tony, another facilities guy that I was training that week. Passing him, I asked if he wanted to tag along. He was new, still had that jumpy energy, but he agreed. Said he didn't want to be hanging out in the basement alone again, which I didn't blame him. When we stepped off the elevator, the whole floor was dark. No motion lights, no background hum of equipment, just silent. The kind of silence that feels too big for a building full of people. We started walking toward the stairwell. Nothing out of place at first, just some tools left out. Plastic sheeting hanging from the ceiling, that smell of dust and drywall. And then we heard it. It sounded like a scream, but it wasn't loud. It was like someone exhaling a scream into your ear, not vocal, just forceful, full of pressure. All the air from someone's lungs all at once. It was right next to us. Tony jumped, actually jumped back a few feet, nearly dropping his flashlight. And then he turned to me, pale as hell. "Did you just breathe on me?" I hadn't moved. He started freaking out, rubbing at his neck, saying he felt something cold, like actual cold breath. I told him to calm down, maybe there was a draft from one of the vents. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. It was too focused, too close, and there was no breeze in that place, only still dead air. We left pretty fast, didn't even finish checking the stairwell. I told the nurse it was probably a vent shifting or something. Tony didn't talk much for the rest of the night. The next day he showed me this weird red mark on his neck, like a faint handprint. Not a full one, but just the suggestion of fingers, like pressure from something that wasn't quite physical. He didn't come back after that. Said the job wasn't for him. I've been back on that floor since, during daylight. Nothing strange. But I don't go up there alone anymore at night. If the lights are off even, I just keep moving. I don't even stop to listen. Because whatever that sound was, I don't think it was meant to be heard. And certainly not found. I'll just start by saying that I'm an electrician. I've been one for more than 14 years. I say this not to brag. It's not the kind of thing that gets you invited to parties, but I say it because it's relevant to what happened with the lamp that messed me up so much as it did. Technically, I collect and restore these things for a living, but this one, it was different. I can't chalk this one up to old wiring or a loose connection or a failing ballast. I know what those look like. I know what they feel like. This wasn't like that. I found this particular lamp at a garage sale. Pale green ceramic base, simple white shade. It looked nice, like it belonged in a room that smelled like old books and has doilies on things. I don't have doilies, I'm not a doily person, but I liked the lamp. It had a quality to it. Solid, intentional, made in an era where things were meant to outlast the people who own them. $8. I put it in my bedroom on a nightstand and called it a day. I noticed something about my room, though. It felt different. It wasn't something dramatic that I could put my finger on. Not a haunted house movie different, just this subtle shift in the atmosphere. Like I'd left a window open. I've lived in the house for 6 years. I know how every room feels, and the bedroom felt slightly off. I couldn't locate or name what it was, but I checked the lamp. Good connection, solid ground, bulb seated correctly. Electrically speaking, it was perfect. But why was I so drawn to it? I don't know. Why was I even looking at it when it hadn't done anything? And then, about a week in, it did start to do something. Flickering. It wasn't the irregular dying bulb flicker. This was slow like a pulse, deliberate like a heartbeat.
I changed the bulb. Same thing. I checked the socket, checked the switch, checked the circuit. Everything was exactly right. I put a meter on it just to justify the part of my brain that needed the data, and the readout was completely normal. Consistent voltage, no fluctuation. The lamp was flickering on a circuit that had no reason to flicker. I told myself that I'd replace the socket anyway. That's what I told myself. And then I started having these dreams. I'm not someone who can usually remember my dreams. Ask my ex-wife, she'll tell you. She'd wake up with these elaborate narratives and I'd have nothing, just 8 hours of black. That changed with the lamp. Not nightmares exactly, more like being in someone else's memory. A bedroom that I didn't recognize, furniture from a different decade, light coming through the curtain, the color of old mustard. It was always the same room, always the same specific quality of stillness that I could feel and see. It belongs to a place where something's happened and the air hasn't recovered yet. Heavy, yet stagnant. I would wake up with a feeling I can only describe as residue. Someone else's emotions clinging to me like cigarette smoke, taking a few minutes to dissipate. Grief, mostly. Old grief. Grief that's been carried so long it stops feeling like grief and starts feeling like weather. The responding to the stress thing was the part that got to me. I had a bad week in April. It was work stuff, money stuff. I guess the combination that makes you feel like the walls are closing together. I came home on a Thursday. The lamp was on, though I had not turned the lamp on. Naturally, I don't leave lights on. It's irresponsible. Even when I leave in a hurry, I can't help it. I've got a routine. But right now, or that day, the lamp was on, casting this warm green tinted light through its shade. The bedroom, it felt, well, I don't have a better word for this. Focused. Like something in the room had noticed that I was having a hard time and it responded to it. I stood in my own doorway for a solid minute, just thinking, why is it on? And then it turned off. I never found out the full story of where it came from. It was impossible to. Was I really going to go back to the house that I'd bought it from at the garage sale? Did I even remember where that was? Casually, I could. I wouldn't want to sound like someone who needed to be avoided at future neighborhood events. But I did ask around. Since it's not that big of a neighborhood, I figured someone would know something. And sure enough, I came to understand a little bit more. I got enough to know that the lamp had been in someone's bedroom for a very long time before it was mine. Someone who'd spent a lot of years in that room and someone who wasn't around anymore. That's all I got, and that's all I have, but I guess it makes sense. I still have the lamp. I know that's probably the part where you're yelling at your phone because in a horror movie, the rules clearly state that you throw the lamp away, but here's the thing. And this is the part that I can't really explain to people without sounding like I've lost it, but whatever's in that lamp, it's not threatening. It's sad and old. And something makes it turn on when I'm having a hard week. And sometimes the dreams it gives me every so often, they're grief that I don't recognize, but somehow I do understand. And I've started to think that maybe it spent so many years in someone's bedroom absorbing everything that happened in that room that it just kept doing what it always did when the person in the bedroom needed something. I had my meter on it again last week. Perfect voltage, no fluctuation. The flicker does what it does for reasons that have nothing to do with electricity. I checked. I would know. This was years ago, back when I was working seasonal construction in a tiny desert town in Arizona. We'd rented out a beat-up double-wide for the summer,
4 of us rotating shifts, not much furniture, and even less sleep. It was cheap and close to the job site, and that was all we needed. The land behind the trailer was nothing but miles of dry brush and scattered rock, all the way to the edge of the canyon. No wildlife, no wind, just stillness that settled like dust over everything. The first time I heard it, I'd just gotten off a night shift and was sitting outside smoking before crashing. It was about 4:30 in the morning. I remember because the sky was just starting to tint that pale blue. I heard what sounded like someone calling from the canyon, not yelling, but talking low and rhythmic. It was repeating something I couldn't quite make out. I assumed it was one of the guys messing around, but when I looked behind me, I could see them through the window. They were inside, still passed out on the floor. The next night I heard it again. Same time, same voice, same pattern, but it was closer. Like whoever or whatever it was had moved up from the canyon and was now in the brush somewhere behind the trailer. I asked around. One of the guys said it was probably an echo off the canyon walls or some weird acoustics thing, but he didn't come outside with me. Not once. The last night I stayed there, I made the mistake of walking out behind the trailer with a flashlight. I mainly just wanted to prove to myself that there was nothing there. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe it was really just coyotes or wind or something natural. But when I got about 30 feet into the brush, I heard it again, right behind me. Clear as day this time. It was a voice and it whispered, "We see you." I dropped the light, didn't even think, just ran, left everything behind, including my job. I never went back, and I've never heard anything like it since. Whatever it was, I don't think that was human. My next-door neighbor growing up was a friend of mine, and we had a kind of a hangout spot in the patch of woods that ran behind our houses. We were about 14 and were experimenting with cigarettes, so that's where we went to hide. We were out there one day towards sunset and heard her grandmother calling to us. We panicked and put out our cigarettes so that we wouldn't get caught, and as she called our names again, her voice sounded closer this time. That's when we realized that A, her grandmother lived at least 3 hours away and to our knowledge was not expected to visit, and B, the voice was coming from deeper into the woods, not from our backyards. We freaked, and we dashed out of the woods to the safety of our yards, and as we ran, we heard her call out one last time, but her voice sounded different this time, kind of deeper, angry sounding. We didn't enter those woods ever again, unless it was broad daylight. We never heard anything like that again, but by far the scariest experience of my life. When I was a preteen, young teenager, my family moved into a house. It started with hearing footsteps in the attic, which wasn't tall enough for anyone to actually walk around in. We attributed it to rats, but it made my grandmother uncomfortable enough that she stopped visiting. We started seeing things. A woman peeking around corners, a little boy running around, and the shadow of a man at the end of the hallway. My dad's bedroom was across the hall from my brother's room, and I often slept in there. Me and 2 of my brothers were watching a movie one night when I saw a man crawling on his hands and knees into the room. I thought it was my dad, who often did things like this to scare us. I gave the signal that I saw him, and I went back to watching the movie, expecting him to grab my little brother's foot as he was sleeping next to me. Then he opened his door, flooding the hallway with light. There was no one there. I'd never been so terrified. A little backstory. I was staying a couple of nights with my biological dad, who I'd never visited before until semi-recently. Never seen his house, never seen him in person before, yada yada. He lives out in the Texas Hill Country, at least 2.5 hours from literally anything except trees. When we get to his house, it's creepy in that way that empty houses are. Nothing special. His wife and kids had left, and he was getting ready to sell the place. I spent 2 nights on the couch, which faces the TV. The TV gives off a reflection of the back of the room, which includes the kitchen and an open bar, no doors. You can see pretty much the entire kitchen in the TV if the light's out. The first night I fell asleep almost immediately after arriving, so whatever was in that house was probably ticked off that it didn't get to do any spooky ghost stuff that night. The second was when weird stuff started happening. Just sounds, but the kind of sounds that you hear when someone's walking around doing things. Everyone else was outside. I knew that for a fact. I could see them out on the porch. No one was in the house with me. I heard splashing, like someone was using the sink. I thought that the cat might be playing in its water bowl or something. I heard footsteps, no, boot steps in the kitchen. At this point, I was like, okay, this is ghost stuff. I heard crinkling chip bags. Ghosts like potato chips, I guess. The rest of the night was whispers, breathing, distant gunfire. Not actual gunfire, just faint, barely there artillery fire. I feel like it's worth noting that I'm a really, really calm person. This stuff is creepy, but I'm tired. I just finished watching Lost Boys. It's late. I tell whatever it is to leave me alone. And then I go to sleep. The next morning, the cat is acting weird. Biological dad even mentions that she usually doesn't act this way. Examples. Keeps getting all prickly and weird and skittish at absolutely nothing. I ignore this, having slept like crap, and I sit down in front of the switched-off TV to stare into space for a while. So again, both my mom and biological dad are out on the porch, talking because this is Texas. And I shit you not, I look into the reflection of the kitchen, and I see a straight-up horror movie shadowy outline of a person just hanging out, walking around the kitchen like they're getting ready for their day. And I hear the tinkering of a spoon in a coffee cup. This ghost is straight up making ghost coffee. I look behind me at the kitchen and nobody's there. I look back at the reflection and there it is, still moving around casually. Suddenly it stops. I get the feeling that it's realized it's being watched. So I give a little wave into the reflection of the TV. Friendly enough. Hey, dead guy, I see you. What's up? It immediately starts making a beeline toward the couch where I'm sitting, and I get the hell out of there ASAP. But yeah, I saw a ghost make coffee once. I used to work in construction. I was part of a crew that was assigned to enclose a building that was gutted by a fire. The building was an old train depot that housed offices and a microbrewery and several restaurants. Our job was to shore up the walls, install the second floor, relocate the elevator, beef up the foundation, and build a roof system. One day, my fellow worker named Dan and I were assigned to relocate the elevator to the center of the building and also cut out the flooring and floor joist and frame up the opening. After successfully completing that task, we were cleaning up around the area, and I dropped my tape measurer into that hole in the floor. I would have to go down into the basement to retrieve it. There were 2 ways I could go. I decided to go down the closest way and proceeded to that staircase. It was the back one, a narrow, dark staircase that ended up in a small room without a light. That room opened into a larger room with 1 light bulb that wasn't bright enough to light up the entire room. As I entered the room, I could see my tape measure lying on the floor. I proceeded to walk over and grab it. And that's when I saw what I thought was Dan, standing just out of the light. I couldn't see his face, just the clothes and feet. It dawned on me that the clothes were different. and that he got down there really fast. I asked him how he got down there so quick as I passed him. When he didn't respond back, I turned to look at him, and he disappeared. I grabbed my tape and ran up and out of that space as quickly as I could. I knew at that point that I had just seen a ghost. I told the crew about it, and they laughed at me, started calling me the Ghostbuster, or Buster for short. That story made it to a TV station that was 100 miles away, and they interviewed me. I was also interviewed by a documentary movie director, someone that wanted to put my story into a project he was working on. Come to find out, the original owner back in the 1800s had a daughter that fell in love with a local man, one that was not of her standing. The father, not wanting his daughter to marry outside of their class, had shot the man and killed him after an argument. Thus the reason he was still there, waiting for her. I was also assigned to lock up and unlock the job site every day. I used to come in early and unlock the building and the trailer. I used to find the doors unlocked and no footprints in the snow. That place used to give me the creeps. Many years ago, I had a job cleaning floors overnight on the graveyard shift once the business closed. The owner of the cleaning service had contracts with the stores like Kmart, True Value Hardware, and a few other retail and department stores. Normally, it was just 2 or 3 guys to a store, depending on the size of the store. True Value, for example, was small, so there'd only be 2 guys assigned. There was a running joke about how scary it is to be locked inside the store, all alone at night, and you don't want to ever experience it. People really seemed to feel this way about the Kmart. I would hear stories of people hearing voices or jokes about it, but I never thought much more about it. Every time I reported to where I was assigned, there was always another guy or 2 there. There were never any issues for me. Well, one night when I reported to where I was assigned, the Kmart, I was told the other 2 guys had called out, so I'd be on my own. I wasn't a bit scared at all. I didn't really think about it. That was until about 10 p.m., when all the Kmart employees had left and the last car rolled out of the parking lot. And so I was locked in the store, alone. I soon realized what everyone meant about how scary it is to be locked in a store this big, alone, overnight. I immediately started hearing noises. I for sure tried to brush it off, but I swear that sometimes it sounded like actual voices. Things like, "Hey," or "Yo." I realized every little noise was causing me alarm. What was that? Who's there? Hello? The entire night you think or you feel like someone's there. I called out hello several times even though I was sure I was alone. The worst part was going into the dark warehouse for supplies. Dead silence. But then you hear a noise. I went to the hardware section at around midnight, and I stuck a hammer in my back pocket for protection. I was convinced that someone was in the store with me this time. By 2 a.m., I was in the sporting goods to grab a baseball bat. I never had to use these things, but I sure felt good carrying them around. It was a huge store, only me inside, and I was locked in. Dead silence. I remember constantly checking the parking lot just to see if someone had arrived or something. The noises going constantly, especially the ones that sounded like voices. They made my imagination start running wild. I was never so happy to see the sun come up and get the hell out of there. I for sure think everyone is on to something. That Kmart was haunted. I can't say the same for True Value, though. That place was pretty boring, and definitely not haunted. My grandparents lived on a large farm with a sprawling farmhouse, originally built in the early 1900s. During the holidays, we'd have big family gatherings with relatives coming from all over. One night, the adults decided to go out, leaving my grandmother to watch the grandkids. This was in the mid-1980s. Once everyone was in bed, my grandmother settled into a recliner in the living room to watch TV. Not long after, she felt the distinct sensation that someone was watching her. She glanced towards the staircase and froze. Standing at the bottom of the stairs was a figure, a shadowy presence cloaked in a hood. At first, she thought that it was one of the parents, maybe heading upstairs to check on the kids. Without much thought, she said, "Don't worry, I'll go up and check on them." She stood, but when she looked again, the figure was gone. A chill ran through her, but she pushed it aside to make her way upstairs, deciding to check on everyone just in case. Room by room, she quietly looked in on the kids. When she reached my cousin's room, who was barely 18 months old, her heart sank. Through the dim glow of a nightlight, she could see my cousin struggling to breathe, pale, wheezing, and gasping intermittently. She had severe asthma and was in the throes of a dangerous attack. Panicking, my grandmother called 911, and soon my cousin was taken to the hospital, where she made a full recovery. But as my grandmother packed her up for transport, a disturbing realization hit her. There had been no one else in the house, no family members, no parents checking in, only her and the hooded figure. If the figure hadn't appeared, my cousin would have likely died that night. From that moment on, we came to call the apparition the Gray Lady. Although I was terrified of seeing her myself, I grew to believe that she was a protective spirit. Years later, we did some research on the history of the farmhouse. We discovered that a young girl had once died in a terrible accident. She'd caught her flannel nightgown on fire while holding an oil lantern. Panicking, she'd run down the stairs, the flames worsening with each step. We came to believe that the figure was the girl's mother, who might still come back, watching over the house and its children. There were other strange occurrences over the years, but this remains the most vivid and haunting experience of them all. I worked at one of the last Booth homes for pregnant girls in the early 2000s. Lots of dead babies and some dead moms in the history of that campus. We had any number of creepy things happen, to the point that I brought it up in a staff meeting, and the social workers just said, "Oh, must be time to have the building blessed again." But what struck me was the baby swing. I came into the living room and found it swinging by itself, hours after all the teenagers were in bed. Now, this was an ancient mechanical wind-up swing. You had to turn a crank to start it. There was no electricity involved. There was no way it just started on its own. And there it was, swinging full force. I was completely terrified, but I just said, "If you want to swing, I'll be happy to wind up the swing for you. But when you do it on your own, it frightens people." Every night for the rest of the year or so that I worked there, I wound up that swing and let it go. I told other staff members, and I believe they did the same. I like to think it was a sweet baby ghost who just wanted attention, and we gave it attention. Later, they closed the program for parenting teens and made the whole place a homeless shelter. Now I'm sitting here worrying about my ghost baby. Is it lonely? I hope not. My dad has several stories from hauling logs in Idaho and driving trucks through Utah and Nevada. But my favorite is actually from his days just driving his pickup truck through Utah. He said that there was a light keeping pace with him out in the desert on a moonless night. It kept pace for a minute before it disappeared, and then his truck turned off. He was stopped. He turned it back on and pulled off at the next diner. The folks in the diner called it a common occurrence. I always liked that one. Now, the creepiest one is when he was hauling logs in Idaho and was coming down from Coeur d'Alene area during a snowy winter night. He was putting on chains before heading down the steep grade and said that all of the hair stood up on his body. It felt like there was something watching him. Halfway down the switchbacks, he saw a large figure standing on a 20-foot tall embankment. As he got closer, it jumped down and then leaped over to the other side of the embankment. At the time, he thought that it was a Sasquatch. Now, he says it was probably a demon trying to make him crash. He didn't stop to remove the chains until he was well away from the mountain. So all of these incidents took place in a matter of 1 week. I never fully recovered from the trauma. I still suffer from sleep paralysis, and I'm too scared to sleep alone. We'd moved into this rental apartment when I was 15. Our wall clock, refrigerator, and TV would just stop working randomly, even during the day. We thought there was some sort of problem with the wiring, called the electrician. He couldn't fix it, or find a problem. This one time my mom had left soup on the stove and was busy in another room. I came out of the shower to see fire coming from the gas regulator, which was unusual. Luckily, I was able to switch off the gas cylinder. The next day, our ceiling fan just fell off. None of us were in the same room, but we sensed something was wrong, but we were too scared to talk about it at the time. Same day, I was up reading after dinner. I got up to switch off the lights and turned back to see a shadow of a man in the dark. I was dumbstruck. I somehow ran through the shadow. I was so scared that I felt sick after that. I didn't just feel sick. I was. I had a fever, and I would faint if I stood up from my bed. The doctors couldn't tell what was wrong. We moved from that apartment, and I got better. I don't know if it was a ghost or what it was, but I still have trouble sleeping because of that time. My dad always had this thing where he wouldn't enter a room without knocking, even if the door was wide open. He said it was about respect. Every room has a presence, he'd say. Always knock. He passed away in the fall. I moved into his house a few months later to sort things out. It was hard. Too quiet, too full of his things. One night I was brushing my teeth, bathroom door wide open, and I heard it. 2 knocks. Soft, but distinct, on the frame. I stood still, toothbrush in hand, and I said, "Come in," out of habit. No one. Over the next few weeks, I heard it again and again. Always 2 knocks. Always when I was in the bathroom. Never any footsteps, never any movement. Just a knock. Eventually, I started saying, "Hey, Dad," when I heard it. And shortly after that, I stopped hearing the knocks. I was 7 when my parents moved us into a New Hampshire townhouse. My brother, David, was 5. We made friends with a little girl around the same age and thought she was a neighbor. We'd play in my room or in the backyard, but any time our mom came around, the girl disappeared. We spoke of her enough that our parents considered her an imaginary friend. One day, the girl asked David to walk her home. Mom saw him leaving and caught him just before he made it to the street. They didn't think our imaginary friend was so cute after that. A few days later, we moved out with no explanation. Earlier this year, Mom confessed that she and Dad had woken up to see a little girl standing at the foot of their bed. Only she had a severely burned face, and most of her skin was peeling off. Eventually, she faded into a cloud of black smoke that smelled like death. They didn't even go back to sleep. Once they could move again, they started packing. This is something that happened, and I still can't explain it. I was driving home from a weekend trip out in rural Pennsylvania. It was around 2 a.m., and I was stupidly trying to make it all the way home in one stretch. The roads were pitch black, with no street lights, barely any cell service, just trees and empty highway. At one point, I started getting that tunnel vision feeling. Heavy eyes, brain foggy. I knew I needed to pull over, but I kept telling myself just 10 more minutes. I remember looking at the clock, 2:17, and that's when I heard it. Clear as day, a woman's voice, soft but urgent, right next to my ear in the passenger seat. Stop the car. I slammed on the brakes without thinking. My heart was racing. I looked over. No one there, obviously. My headlights lit up the road just ahead, and that's when I saw it. A massive tree had fallen across both lanes, fresh, bark still breaking off. No reflectors, no warnings. If I hadn't stopped right then, I would have hit it, going 60 miles an hour. I sat there for a long time, just staring, shaking, trying to process what had just happened. I eventually called 911 once I got enough signal. They sent someone out, and the officer told me that they'd just gotten another call from someone who did crash into that same tree from the opposite direction. Minor injuries, thank God. I never figured out what that voice was. No radio on, the windows were up, and I wasn't dreaming. I was driving, fully awake after that moment especially. I don't hear voices, typically, and I don't really believe in ghosts. At least, I didn't. But that voice saved my life, no doubt in my mind. So, whatever or whoever you were, thank you. Two years before our 15-year-old daughter, Allie, died in a car accident, I had a dream that she would die in a car accident. In the years since the accident, our life has been turned upside down, but we also have experienced countless events involving Allie that brought us comfort. One night I was playing a word game on my iPad. I began a fresh game and waited for the new tiles to dispense. I was thinking of my daughter. When they did dispense, it stole my breath. There, in a perfect order, were just 3-letter tiles. A-L-Y. Coincidence? I didn't think so. I often dream of Allie where she's sitting by my side, yet I'm the only one who knows she's there. She's invisible to everyone else. She said that it has to be this way for reasons I can't understand. But she's always with us. My husband used to beg for a dream from Allie. He just wanted to be sure his baby girl was okay. One night he got something far more. I remember moaning in my sleep, a deep guttural moan. Only a bereaved mother understands. My husband said he looked at me to make sure I was okay, and in that moment, Allie's face was transposed onto mine. He got his wish. Some people believe after-death contact is evil. How can something that brings so much comfort be evil? It's been 10 years now, and Allie doesn't visit often, but I always know she's there. And that brings tremendous comfort to my broken heart. After my father died suddenly, I had to clean out his place and dispose of any of his things that we didn't want to keep. In his things was his cell phone. I got all the contacts out of it and turned the phone off for the last time. I put it in a drawer in my office. I spent the first week sort of in shock and planning for the funeral and settling his estate. At one point, I'd wondered why I hadn't felt that he was around me. About 5 minutes later, my phone rang. Caller ID showed it was my dad calling from his cell phone number. What? I just sat there in shock for a couple of rings trying to process it. I answered the phone, and there was nobody there. I rushed from my house to my office, and his phone was still in the drawer, still turned off. It was a couple of days later, and I was still trying to understand what happened. I finally mentioned it to my stepmother, my father's second wife, and she said she got a similar call at the same time on the same day. Too crazy. Hard to explain. I grew up in a small, quiet suburb just outside a mid-sized city. Our neighborhood was fairly new at the time. Most of the houses built within a few years of each other. Cookie-cutter homes with trimmed lawns, white mailboxes, and friendly neighbors who all waved when they drove by. Behind our house, though, was something different. Our backyard backed into a large forested ravine. Not the kind of deep ravine with cliffs or running water, but a wild, overgrown stretch of trees and brush that dipped down sharply from the edge of our yard. It stretched on for what seemed like miles, twisting and narrowing until it disappeared into the distance. No trails, no playgrounds, just thick woods and whatever animals called it home. My bedroom was on the ground floor at the back of the house, which meant my window looked directly into the trees. During the day, it was actually kind of beautiful. Sunlight filtered through the leaves. Deer wandered close to the fence, birds nearby. But at night, the ravine felt like a different place. It was always too quiet, and the trees would press in just enough that you couldn't really see what was out there. The kind of dark that made you hesitate before opening the curtains. Over the span of 5 years, I saw the same man walk through my bedroom 4 separate times. He always appeared the same way, just there. 1 second the room would be still. The next he was walking through it like it was a hallway he'd been down 100 times before. Middle-aged, flannel shirt, blue jeans, red baseball cap, always holding a dog leash in his right hand. No dog. Each time, he'd stop in the exact same spot, just past the foot of my bed. He'd look around like he was searching for something or listening. His expression wasn't angry or sad, just focused, intent. Then, without a word or sound, he'd turn and walk toward the back wall of my room, through it, right toward the ravine, and then he would be gone. I never heard a sound, no footsteps, no rustle of fabric, just movement, presence. The first time it happened, I was maybe 10 or 11. I was terrified, screamed for my parents. My dad came rushing in, but of course, no one was there. He searched the house, checked the locks, even walked outside with a flashlight just to be sure. Nothing. They told me it was a dream, that I must have been half asleep. Maybe I would have believed that until it happened again and again. Every few years, same man, same clothes, same path. By the last time, I wasn't even scared anymore, just uneasy, watching him stop, look around, and disappear toward the woods like he always did. The only detail that ever changed was the look on his face. The final time I saw him, he looked tired. Not in a physical way, but emotionally, like someone running out of hope. I always got the sense that he had lost something important. The leash was the giveaway. He never said anything, but I think whatever he was searching for, it wasn't in the house. It was in the ravine. My theory is simple. I think he lost his dog out there, maybe years ago. Long before the houses were built. Maybe it disappeared one day, and he went out looking, day after day, until it broke him. And now, he still is. Whatever he was, spirit, memory, imprint, He didn't feel threatening, just stuck, wandering through places that no longer exist, following the same path that he used to take when he had hope of finding what he had lost. We moved out years ago. The new owners cut back the trees, built a tall fence along the property line. Every time I drive past the neighborhood, I wonder if he still walks that same path, if he's still looking. I work in a cemetery. It's not quite as creepy as people think, most of the time. During the day, it's actually kind of peaceful, quiet, calm, as you can imagine. You get used to the stillness, the routine. But there are moments, usually when the sun goes down, where it feels different. One evening, I stayed late to catch up on some work. The office had cleared out by then, and I had locked up the main gates myself. I was alone on the property. It was getting dark, but I wasn't far from the entrance, and I figured I'd only be another 15 minutes or so. I was inside the small showroom we used to display headstones and granite samples. It's this modest little structure tucked off the main path. It's surrounded by rows of flat stones and newer monuments. Inside, it's got this clean but sterile feel. White walls, polished floors, and a short hallway that leads to a heavy basement door. I was standing there near the front counter, taking pictures of some granite options with my phone to save for a client. And that's when I heard something loud. Slam. The unmistakable sound of the basement door flying open and slamming shut. It echoed through the building. Then, footsteps. Slow, heavy ones, heading down the stairs. I froze. Every hair on my arm stood straight up. My first thought was that someone had come back in. Maybe someone from maintenance had forgotten something and used their key. But I was sure I'd locked up. I even double-checked the doors earlier, like I always do when I'm alone. Still, I called out, trying to sound casual. "Hello? Maintenance?" No reply. Just silence. That silence stretched on for too long. I waited, strained to hear anything. But there were no footsteps coming back up. No shuffling, no voice. Just the hum of the overhead lights and the creaking of the building settling. And yet, I knew what I'd just heard. That door doesn't just open on its own. It's old and heavy. You have to pull it. I stood there for maybe another minute, completely still. After waiting and hearing nothing, I figured a really strong draft, a heavy vibration from something outside. But I'd heard footsteps. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to check it out. I grabbed the flashlight from the front desk just in case and crept over to the basement door. It was shut, just like before. I slowly opened it, the hinges groaning slightly. I peered down into the stairwell. The light was already on. The concrete steps stretched downward to the same old unfinished space, the one we used for storage. No movement, no sound. I went down the steps, scanned the area. Empty. I checked the back doors, still locked. All the windows were latched. I was completely alone. I didn't stay much longer. I finished what I needed to do and got out of there pretty fast. I didn't want to explain to anyone why I was spooked, because it felt ridiculous. But I know what I heard. The basement door opened. It slammed shut, and someone or something walked down those stairs. There was no one else in that building, though. At least no one I could see. I grew up along the coast of Georgia, just a short drive from the marshes. People always said the water held things, old memory, bad energy, sometimes even spirits. I never really believed any of it until one night about 10 years ago. I was out near the St. Mary's River, helping a friend bring in some crab pots before a storm rolled in. It was late, maybe close to midnight, and the wind was already picking up. The tides were high, and the air had that thick, charged feeling, the one it gets before a bad storm. As we were pulling in the last trap, I noticed something out past the reeds, standing just barely in the water. It looked like a person, tall, still, pale in the moonlight. I thought it was someone else out there checking traps, until I realized they weren't moving, just standing there in the water. No swaying with the wind, not reacting at all. My buddy saw it too. We both stopped talking and just stared for a few seconds. Then the figure slowly sank down. No splash, no movement, just slipped beneath the water. The storm hit hard the next morning, torn up docks, power outages, a couple of boats flipped over in the marina. I've only told a few people about what I saw. Everyone says the same thing. You saw a storm spirit. Around here, it's not unheard of. People say if you see something strange in or near the water before a storm, you better take it seriously. Now I do. Every time I see the tide rise a little too quick, or the air gets too still, I remember that pale figure, like I can't get it out of my mind, but I don't waste any time getting inside. I've been collecting and working with haunted dolls for 7 years now. I've had so many things happen. Even just last night, one of the spirits turned my lamp on and then off, but others have opened and closed my door. My downstairs door shuts every night at the same time. Every night I hear knocks and footsteps, and our toilet seat is slammed down a couple of times. I talk with them through a spirit box, and I've also had them touch motion-censored cat toys and turn on the flashing lights during our sessions. I've been selling them as well for almost 3 years now. There are so many different types. The positive, negative, and even non-human types, although those are incredibly rare. It's never a dull moment here. The non-human entities are much stronger, much more intelligent. They also behave in very negative ways, causing fear, depression, anger. Initially, they'll be drawn to these emotions, and then they will feed off of them and grow stronger, causing more of these emotions. Look for the intent on the activity. Do you feel extremely fearful? Do you feel like they're intelligent? You could tell their intelligence and strength by how and what objects they can move. If they're big objects, that takes a lot of energy. Human entities would only be able to do such things occasionally, and for a reason, as this drains them. I'd look for any marks on the body. Scratches, especially in 3s, are a good indicator. Anything in 3s is a mocking of the Trinity. Activity happening at 3 a.m., 3 scratches, 3 knocks, etc. If one of these examples are happening, watch to see if any other examples follow or apply. When I worked with a demonic entity, they would present in ways that terrified me the most. They also tricked me by mimicking my partner's voice in another room. I woke up with scratches, horrible nightmares, physically ill. When I left the house, I felt so much better. One night I was working in our dairy cooler with another worker, when out of the corner of my eye I caught movement. I looked up and watched someone walking past the large window that looked out into the main aisle. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, but the store was closed and locked up. Plus we were the only ones that worked the night shift. But I asked if he saw it too. He just casually says, "Yeah, someone just walked past the cooler." So I go running out to see what's going on, who it is, and why they're in the store. But no one's there. I did a whole perimeter check too. I couldn't find a single person anywhere in the store. My car was the only one in the parking lot. My coworker didn't even drive, and all the doors were still locked. Not another living person in the entire store but us. I think the funniest thing is that my coworker was never fazed by it and couldn't really care less, while I, on the other hand, was completely freaked out by it, and I've never gotten an explanation. This happened about 2 years ago. I was standing in my kitchen waiting for the coffee to finish brewing, completely alone in the house. No TV, no music, no pets. Just me and the comforting sound of the coffee maker. And out of nowhere, I felt 3 taps, hard taps, right on my left shoulder. Not a brush. This wasn't some vague sensation that I could just shrug off. These were firm, deliberate taps, the kind someone would give to get your attention, urgent even. I turned around so fast, I nearly dropped the mug in my hand, but there was no one there. I stood there for what felt like minutes, just staring at the empty space behind me, trying to rationalize it. Maybe something dropped on me. Nothing on the floor. No falling object. It wasn't a muscle spasm. It was too human. I don't know what it was, but I know what I felt. And ever since that moment, I've believed that whatever was on the other side, it can reach through. Sometimes it wants you to know it's there. When I was approximately 10 years old and my younger brother was 8 years old, we lived in a house on a vast plot of land surrounded by forests filled with trees. It was basically the perfect setting for our favorite childhood game, hide and seek. We'd often play with our friends who lived in the surrounding homes. On one particular day, during the late afternoon, me and my friend were doing our best to stay hidden in the trees. Meanwhile, my brother was just as diligently attempting to locate us. Interestingly, I could hear his voice calling out my name from a short distance away, and there was an evident tinge of fear in his voice. Curiosity got the better of me. I needed to investigate the source of his fear. As I walked towards what I thought was him, I stumbled upon a small clearing nestled under the protective canopy of trees. I no longer heard my brother, but to my astonishment, there was an almost colossal figure, entirely white in complexion, standing in the middle of the clearing. My friend had been following behind and had just made it to where I was when he stopped in his tracks. The figure didn't seem to notice our presence. Instead, it stood statue-like, staring directly up at the sky so we couldn't see its face, arms stretched to its sides. It made no sounds, but it did appear to be a light source. It was either glowing in and of itself, or the sun was catching it in a way that it appeared to be so bright. Whatever it was, in the eyes of 2 young children, it loomed at an astonishing height of 10 feet and was like nothing we'd ever seen before. The 2 of us had never been so silent. The sight had kept us pretty occupied, captivated by whatever this thing was. However, we unintentionally made noise by readjusting ourselves, and we could hear others approaching. Worried the thing might disappear, we tried to consider getting closer to convince it to stay. But as soon as I had the thought, which I seemed to share with my friend, the statue-like figure changed positions, arms down at its side, facing forward. It started to slowly dissipate before it suddenly vanished into the trees with remarkable speed. It seemed to effortlessly almost fly through the trees, like light itself. There was no way we could catch up to this thing. I remember my friend saying it literally looked like a ghost. He was right. It wasn't bound to this earth by any of the same things we were. Naturally, we were quite shaken and excited by the occurrence, so we did what most kids would do, hurried indoors and told our parents. However, they were skeptical. They suggested that what we saw might have just been a large white dog or something like that. We were firm in our recounting of the figure. We were firm that it was not a dog. In detail, we described the towering figure the best we could, how it was emitting a white glow, how it simply vanished into thin air. Still, a white dog was the best they could come up with. Nevertheless, to this day, I'm certain that we did indeed witness something. We felt no fear when we laid eyes on it, but we never encountered it again. We contemplated the possibility that it could have been a spirit from one of the numerous vehicles or homes we discovered on our property. But truth be told, who knows for sure? I just moved out of my parents' house and was living over the top of my dad's business. It was a funeral home, so it was common for florist deliveries. However, there was a sign on the door that no deliveries were accepted after 5 p.m. But someone came to my door with a bouquet of flowers. I wasn't seeing anyone at the time and knew of nobody who might bring me any. It was late and it was a bad area, so I didn't answer the door. I had video surveillance at the time, and I could see the person on the monitor. They were knocking, banging, and ringing the doorbell. They seemed to know that someone was living above the funeral home and would stop and look up at the windows. I watched as they walked away, leaving the flowers. I went downstairs, but not wanting to open the door, I waited out of view. Sure enough, the person came back for the flowers. The next day, I heard on the news that someone living over another nearby funeral home was assaulted by someone delivering flowers. When I was 7 years old, I saw something I was never really able to explain. It was 1987, a hot summer day in our small town, and I was playing alone outside. Back then, no one worried much about kids roaming in their own neighborhood. I had my bike and a whole street to myself. The sun was bright, the sky clear, and everything felt safe. Until I saw it. I didn't know what it was, couldn't have known. I only knew that it wasn't right. It was standing near the edge of the road, just beyond my house, in the shade of a giant oak tree. I remember being drawn to it at first, as if curiosity was stronger than fear, stronger than my own good sense. And there was something off about it. From a distance, it looked almost human, but there was an oddness to its movements, jerky, unnatural, like a puppet pulled on strings. It was tall, taller than any person I'd ever seen, with long arms that hung too low, almost brushing the ground. Its skin almost translucent, and it had no face, no eyes, no mouth. Just smooth skin where a face should have been. I wanted to scream, but couldn't. My throat clenched shut. Even from where I stood, I felt its gaze. Though it had no eyes to see me, I felt it. I wasn't sure why I didn't just run back into the house. I should have. But instead, I watched. I felt like I had to watch. And that's when it did something I can't explain. Its head tilted to the side, as if considering me. Then it stretched out one impossibly long arm and pointed at the street, at the cars that zoomed by, their wheels kicking up dust and heat. My heart hammered in my chest, the sound of it almost drowning out everything else. But I heard it,
a voice in my head. It wasn't my voice, but it was inside my mind all the same. Run, it whispered. Run now. My feet shuffled forward, just a step, and then another. The voice grew louder, more insistent. Run fast. Run into the road. I shook my head, trying to fight it, but my legs were moving, pulling me toward the street. I could feel the ground beneath me, the rough gravel crunching under my sneakers, but I couldn't stop. The thing under the tree, it wasn't just pointing now. It was beckoning, urging me forward with slow, rhythmic motions. Another car roared past, and it was so close I could feel a gust of wind as it passed. I was just inches from the street, from stepping into the path of oncoming traffic, and still, the voice, that thing, told me to keep going. Then suddenly, a horn blared, snapping me out of the trance. I stopped dead, my toes just inches from the asphalt. My heart felt like it was about to explode. The car passed in a blur, and I stumbled backwards. My legs suddenly weak, like I couldn't support my own weight. When I looked back toward the oak tree, the thing was gone, vanished, as if it had never been there at all. I ran home after that, sobbing, but I never told anyone. Who would believe me? A demon, a monster. No one else saw it. No one else heard it. They would have said that it was my imagination, or that I'd been dreaming. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. For years, I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare, that my young mind had played a trick on me. But that voice, the way it crawled into my thoughts, the way it nearly controlled me, I couldn't shake it. I couldn't forget how real it was, how close I came to stepping into that traffic, as if I had no choice. It was only later, when I was much older, that I began to understand. I stumbled across an old book about demons and spirits, things that prey on the weak, on the innocent. They thrive on fear, confusion, vulnerability of children, especially. And I knew, deep down, that's what it was. Some kind of demon, something from another world sent to trick me, to pull me into death's hands. I've never seen it again, but sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I feel like it's watching me, like it's waiting. There's a dark corner in my room, just beyond the reach of the light, and I can't help but glance at it every now and then, because what if it's there? What if it's still waiting for me to make one wrong move? I never did walk near that oak tree anymore, not since that day in 1987. But sometimes, on quiet afternoons, I swear I can feel it, just beyond my edge of vision, waiting for another chance to finish what it started. I've experienced something in a hospital a couple of times. I work on the really advanced stuff, and at one facility, I was part of a 2-man team responsible for Linux, which is linear accelerators, radiation therapy units. Most of the hospital was a little grim, even for a hospital, but the cancer center was like a tomb. It comes with the territory that if you work on the high-end stuff, you'll work some odd hours, late nights, and weekends are the norm. So I was completely alone. The department empties at about 5:30, and by 6, you're it. Of course, you could always feel something there, even if it was just you and the phone. One day I was working on replacing a fitting in the gas system, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of an infusion pump giving a KVO alarm from the closet. That's the sound that the pump makes when it completes a drug treatment. That was on a weekend,
with no patient or nurse in sight, on a device that's stored off completely in a totally empty cancer treatment center, and it had just gone off. I chose to hurry up and get the hell out of Dodge after connecting the new bottle. My second experience was actually worse. I was working on the same system when the door to the vault closed. Before you say that it isn't a big deal, these doors are about 8 inches thick and motorized. And then the machine started to actually move, like it was starting a treatment, while it was in service mode. This doesn't make it impossible, just extremely unlikely that it was just a simple malfunction, since in that mode you have to individually command each motion. Luckily, it didn't try to start the beam, and I got out of there before it went much further. I don't do Linux anymore, at least not alone. This happened in a nursing home. I'm not a nurse. My girlfriend was a night shift CNA at a nursing home. My car was having trouble and broke down as I was leaving the lot. I was tired and decided to mess with it in the morning, so I put it in neutral and pushed it into a parking spot. Put it back in park, locked it up, went into the nursing home to sleep in a guest room that they had. During the night, I had to use the bathroom. I walked out into the hall. Luckily, there was a bathroom across the hall. While walking over to it, I heard someone say, "Hey," at the end of the hall. I looked over and I saw a young brunette woman, looked maybe 20 or so years old, in a blue dress, white heels, standing at the end of the hall. She looked like she was from the 50s or 60s. The material of the dress and just the way she looked. Bright red lipstick, not too much makeup, dressed sort of conservatively. I, being half awake, stared for a second and said, "Hey." She said, "What's your name?" I said, "I'm Bud. What's your name?" She said, "My name's Elizabeth." I said, "I gotta go to the bathroom. Please excuse me." She said, "All right. Live well." I said, "You too," and went into the bathroom. When I came out, looked down the hall, she wasn't there. But there were some CNAs at the end of the hall talking. I waved at them, and one of them waved back as I went back to the guest room. Then it hit me. She was a ghost or something. I went out into the back of the nursing home to smoke a cigarette. I sat there wondering about what I had seen. Was it real or was I crazy? I wasn't sure. I finally went back to bed. At 7 a.m., my girlfriend woke me up, and while we were going out to the car, she told me that a resident named Elizabeth had passed away, and that she was a very nice lady. I stopped and stared at her. She said, "What?" I said, "Not to sound weird, but are there any pictures of her when she was younger?" My girlfriend asks, "What? Why?" I said, "Is there?" She looked at me weirdly and said, "Follow me." She led me to the room that this woman had passed away in. There were a few pictures on the table, and one of them gave me chills. I picked it up and looked at it. Sure enough, it was her in the same dress. I turned to my girlfriend and said, "I saw her last night. We greeted each other in the hallway." She said, "Okay, let's go fix your car." As we walked down the hall, I explained to her that I saw her like she was in that photo, not old but young. She said, "It doesn't surprise me, honestly. I've seen and heard a lot of weird stuff while working here." It's not exactly scary, but it creeped me out for a few days. Still creeps me out. I kept asking myself, why was she trying to talk to me? That question has yet to be answered.